Alright, live tubers and future VODers, we're going to get started here pretty quick. Just looking at some silly projects here on the side. Okay, well, I was thinking I'd find some cool squad icons for these, but it's not super easy. Okay, so I think what I'll do, say the stream starts around now, I'm gonna record a bit of what happened between streams, and then we'll get to submissions and kind of show off what I've been doing, because kind of want to get towards the end of this playthrough. Although, unfortunately, that means there's some projects that are just never going to happen, because there's just too many. As cool as they are, there's just no way to... I mean, okay. I could probably figure out a way... Never tried this, but, like... Depends on what they, call them. I don't know how they modded it exactly, but maybe? Does not look like that is the name. So you'd have to somehow know... Capitals usually don't matter. I might be spelling it wrong. What does it say? U-I-E-M? Yeah. I mean, I guess if I could figure out
Just give the word and
even not the cores, but the dust. Hey, there's Alina. Trying to see if there's a way to cheat myself in some Requiem stuff here for the end game, just so I can show it off. Not sure if I could get Essence. If I could get enough Essence, it would be fine, but it's kind of hard to even check how much I've got. Where would it be? Okay, Requiem Essence. Yeah, I'm kind of limited by how much I've got. There is probably a command that adds it in, but you have to know the name of it in-game, like the internal name. Sometimes the item name works better. Requiem cores are easy enough to check, because if I successfully get the command, they'll be right here. But no luck there. Could have a completely different name is the problem. Oh well, it's no big deal. I was hoping to show these things off, but it's not so easy. Yeah, I could build one with the essence I had, but that was the end of it. So unless I can figure out a way to get more quickly, then that's probably not going to happen. Ah, well. Can do it the slow way, but I don't want to play this game for another 500 hours. Anyway, let me turn off my scroller, finish the pre-scream. It is officially start time. Alright, so general recap between the last stream and this stream. Did some playing between. Just kind of wanted to grind stuff out, and eventually I was like, I just want to make sure I've recruited all the Advent soldiers, and I found the command to add them in. It was a little bit of work, but if you're wondering, it should remember it. Somewhere up here. Maybe it doesn't remember it. It doesn't go far enough back. You can, there's a command to add in, spawn, basically, special Advent soldiers and stuff, which is pretty cool. I had to look it up. And then you can respec them as well and all that, and level them up, which is basically what I did because I didn't want to play forever. But yeah, there's a few classes that I didn't have in the list before. So we've got Assault Trooper, Pathfinder, Pathfinder Hunter, Destroyer Commando, Frost Purifier, and Bio Barrier Trooper. And they're all pretty cool. I'm going to do a little bit of a recap on them at some point. And then I did some grinding to level people up to Master Sergeant, although most of the group was already. But again, there's another command that levels people up, which saved me a little bit of time there. And a little bit of respecking, because it turns out a whole bunch of these classes actually got patched while I was playing the campaign. So once I respec them, a bunch of their abilities reshuffled because they are rebalanced, and I'd actually probably fixed a couple that sucked. So because I wanted to do like a final review, I felt reasonable to respec everybody and basically keep their builds the same, but stuff like the miner was just terrible. They're not much better now, but there's a couple upgrades. I also know what S-Link does because it's just fancy shadow, which it didn't say before. And they get Phantom, which makes them a lot better at mining, but you know, they're still I would say pretty bad. But yeah, stuff like that. Got a bunch of classes. I basically gave myself enough gear that I could gear everybody out rather than maybe 30 or 40% of our soldiers. I was able to buy enough gear via cheating, you know, just a command for all this stuff, just to get sure everyone has armor and weapons. And all it really changes was that I don't have to move gear around. It's not like we couldn't gear out enough soldiers for a long, long time in endgame armor. I just couldn't gear them all out at once, and that means I had to move stuff around, which was really annoying. So you've got a bunch of gear that mostly doesn't do anything, but there's no way you could afford it normally, because I have too many soldiers. And that's just the nature of showing everything off. There are over 100 classes, and that's enough for, I think, 12 squads of 10. 2, 3, 6, 10. Yeah, 12 squads of 10, and most missions are only like 8 or less people, so you don't even get to send them all if you do this. But I tried to make some somewhat fitting squads, although I'm missing one Power Ranger, which we never recruited. There should be a yellow one, I think, somewhere. We just missed them. And I wanted a squad that actually has all the ice units in it, which is kind of neat. All the Advent classes, or at least a big chunk of them. Kind of like all the hero units, Templars and Reapers, Skirmishers, and other sort of special units. And then I kind of had like a system where I wanted everyone to be in a squad so I could use them and not have to switch it out constantly. And that's ended up getting 8. And I kind of did like a, what do you call it, system where you do like one at a time for each, I forget what you call it in school, but like, you pick one. It's like when you're picking teams that's for competition, and you're like, I pick one, you pick one, or you pick one. There's a name for that, but I kind of did one of those drafting systems, that's the word, I think. And it was fairly simple, and it worked out. I mean, these squads maybe aren't like the best balanced, but it worked out, I think, pretty well. They should all be usable, and this is the sheet I did to do it, basically. I wanted every squad to have an officer, someone who could stealth, someone who could snipe, someone who could hack, and maybe someone with psychic. And there are, like, you know, some people can do both multiple roles, so it's not like I've got uniquely one person per column, but I wanted to make sure I had at least someone who could do a role for each of, at least the first, like, 4 or 5 columns. Explosions are really helpful. Psychic is great. Hacking is great. Sniping, stealthing, you know, that kind of stuff seemed like it was kind of mandatory. And then I was like, as I was getting towards the end of the list, I'm like, well, I should try to split up the sparks and robots so that everyone gets one, if I can. A really powerful unit tends to be like the cannons or the rangers or the infantry that can shoot twice. So I'm like, one really good unit, maybe one melee-ish, because I don't want too many melee on the same squad. Shotguns are also like maximum of one kind of thing. I didn't want a whole bunch of them. Tanking is also usually not very strong, so like one of those. They're not like, I don't want these classes, I just didn't want very many of them. And then my crappy group, these guys aren't actually all carries, like they're not all bad, but I wanted somewhere to put like Pyro, Miner, Hoplite, some of the kind of worst classes. And it includes like the pistol classes. Not that they're bad, but they're probably weaker than mechs and big cannons, and they can't do much else like stealth or hack, so they're kind of like just DPS, weak DPS, you know, probably a better name for this, because they don't do much else for the group. Anyway, with all that, I managed to get a pretty nice group of squads. And although I'm probably not going to get time to do it today's stream, I do have a plan to do one final showcase for everybody. I've got about 12 squads, and there are conveniently about 12 big missions left. I could liberate the rest of the world by doing all these HQ assaults that have been sitting there, and each of these takes up 10 people. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 of those left. I have 12 squads, so I could do one for the black site, and I could save the final squad for the final mission if I want to do that. So I was kind of thinking that's like the final plan, but I could do it right now, but I also don't want to rush it quite yet. There's still a little bit of psychic training we can do, which is helpful, and I was really hoping to get some final like research done. There's still so much stuff that I've never unlocked. I'd like more exotic weapons for like inducer carbines for the psychics. There's a whole bunch of like the fancy flechette guns, and I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here that I would like to show off at least once, but like the goddamn chassis, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to get it unless I can figure out, you know, however to add free essence basically, and at that point we could probably just hack it in. Although there are still some Requiem units we've never fought, like the Navigator, the Mechapede, the Legate, whatever you call it, Titan, Cyberdisc. It's so sad, I've never seen a Cyberdisc. Nightmare Hives. You know, there's a bunch of stuff I've still never actually fought. I think I did fight a Taipan, but maybe you need like 2 or 3 to get all their loot, or all their gear. So unfortunately, there's definitely a bunch of stuff that we never got, which maybe it's by design. And there is one other really sad news that I'll cover at this point. One little story before I get back to fighting. And this hurt. I almost quit playing. I really don't want Resistance Radio. Could you? Fuck. I really don't want Resistance Radio right now. Basically, I was just grinding through some missions, just doing my thing, and there is a new Requiem unit that we've never seen before. I've never seen before. It was like the Niven. The Niven were like an early game Requiem unit or mid game Requiem unit that had like flying robotic support. They kind of did like psychic buffs to their allies and some psychic debuffs to our team. Basically like disorientation and mind merges, kind of stuff like that. They were never really a threat. I don't even know if they had an attack, but they were like one of the Requiem units I killed long ago. I found like a bigger version of one of those. I think they're called Altars. And I'm like, okay, upgraded Niven, like probably, want to kill it quick. And it was like robotic sort of hovering unit. And it was really annoying, like a lot of mechs and stuff. It always ended its turn out of line of sight behind a wall where no one could get visual on it, which was really annoying. And I saw it like on the first turn it activated, it like buffed some of its friends or something, no big deal. So I'm like, whatever, I'll go beat it up. And I had a kind of weak squad. Like, I would say most of the squad was... there's a lot of melee units and rock units. I was just leveling up some of the low people that I didn't use very often. And that included more melee than usual. And it was just like a troop ambush or something, no big deal. Typical mission. But I think Cat Ankylo, the spark over to punch it for like 30 damage or something. I figured that'd be a good way to kill it quick. But then we find out that, as always, immune to melee. It floats. And like half my squad only had melee attacks. I'm like, okay, that sucks. And then I like threw a couple grenades at it. I'm like, oh, also immune to grenades and rockets. I'm like, oh, right. So it's actually going to be very hard to kill because it's immune to most of our damage types. So that sucked. But it wasn't super threatening, and I was busy killing mutons and stuff. It spent 1 or 2 turns doing basically nothing, just hiding and buffing its friends. I'm like, okay, no huge issue. And then 1 turn after Cat Ankylo punched him, he did this massive supernova explosion. Now, it actually didn't do that much damage. It only hit Cat Ankylo, nobody else. And it did like maybe half of their life, which is a significant amount for a late game armor. But Cat Ankylo still had like 10 health left, whatever. It actually killed most of its allies with a massive AoE. And the really weird thing was it destroyed all cover. So like half the map had 0 trees or rocks. They all got deleted. So I'm like, that was spooky. And it applied some corruption, which I'm like, okay, damage over time. We know how this works. Just gotta deal with it. Sparks are kind of hard to heal, so you can't use like a med kit on them to remove stuff like that. So I didn't have like an easy way to get Cat Ankylo out of corruption. Usually it burns off after a couple turns or whatever. You do a bit of damage. And we were, there's only a few enemies left, so I'm like, well, we'll just win the map, right? No big deal. And I did put some like a blade of armor on them and stuff, so they had some extra shielding. And we started killing off the enemies. We couldn't quite, I think we we killed the altar before it did anything else, so it was no big deal. But I couldn't quite, I think it took, like, we had the giant explosion, and then I had 1 turn to, like, put some shielding on and, kind of get to safety. And then the next turn, we almost won the map. There was 1 enemy that had run to the other corner, and we couldn't quite get him. So it was like the second turn after the mega explosion, and Cat Ankylo just died. No damage, not even the usual spark thing. Sparks have a thing where they auto-repair themselves, like sustain. And it ignored that. It ignored the ablative HP. It ignored all the stuff that you could put on him. And he just straight up one-shot died. Just over, like 2 turns after the mega explosion. And I just about reloaded. I was so annoyed. But I'm like, whatever, it's fine. Sparks have, what's it called? Reboot. If you are killed, in theory, you're only reduced to 1 HP, and then you should be shielded and healed up. And I'm pretty sure I also had the enhanced repair system on Cat Ankylo as well. So it should have been even better at repairing and healing up. But the altar explosion ignored all of that, and therefore I actually had my first, and possibly last, real death on my campaign. And of course, it was my cat, which actually hits harder than normal right now. So, R.I.P. My cool cat. Stupid altar. The dumbest thing. It didn't even deal enough damage. It just insta-kills, like death effect in an RPG. Just insta-death. Really, really dumb. Anyway, that was that story. Got that out of my way. Let's go do whatever comes next, a mission or 2 here. Just gonna play a little bit of XCom. So, there's no missions ready. That's just... I want to get these workshop projects done, so some time passing is not bad. There is, of course, always more gene modding you could do for pretty much ever. Kind of think I might stop this at some point, but it's kind of spread out amongst so many soldiers. It's like a pretty minor effect. If you have like 100 and some soldiers, I'm not making 5 super soldiers. I'm just making everyone slightly better, which is, not super effective. So I'm kind of generally looking for people with like lower mobility that I can just patch, that need a bit more mobility, and I can patch on some chrysalid genes or something. Yeah, like this priest is really slow. So it's real easy to be like, hey, you're kind of bad. In fact, they might even be one that needs like the chaotic mind so they can do better psychic damage. I think their psychic strength is pretty bad. But yeah, here you go. Make this priest a little bit faster. Alright. Our psychics continue to train up, although we're kind of getting some pretty garbage abilities these days. There's not a lot of good stuff left. I'm hoping for the last couple Void Rifts and things, but at this point in the game, it doesn't really matter. Our psychics are strong. This is the usual late game psyops where they can basically learn every ability if you care. Yeah, there's a Void Rift. That's a good roll. Oh, also my bad trait removal was cleared up. So we don't need a scientist, but these super UFO missions are a lot of fun. They tend to be pretty strong. And I like to have some tough missions to try out my late game abilities on, so a couple of those won't hurt. Okay, we have no more people with negative traits ready to get fixed. And that means we probably have no more negative traits, unless one of the 4 injured soldiers has a negative trait. Must have cleaned them all up by now. Because I no longer have any soldiers sitting around doing nothing. Everyone is ready for missions right now, just so they're made it a lot easier to build the squads. I guess there's still like officer training and stuff and psychic training, but pretty much everyone else is just ready to go. I mean, we've got way too many people just sitting here, but one of the real cool things here is now that I've got the squads finally set up after hundreds of hours, is I can look at this mission and go, okay, 6 days, 15 hours, big map, nothing special, just a fairly easy mission. How long will it take me to get prepped?
Eastern Europe.
Well, it depends on what squad I pick, because they're not all fully ready to go. But anybody that I've used recently, not this one, generic 8. I do need some names for these, actually. But anyone I've used somewhat recently, we select them, it takes a bit to load up, and everything's good to go. I mean, there's still some things we can change around a little bit. Like the sharpshooter probably shouldn't have... This is like a Haven protector that they used to be. But yeah, it's actually pretty sweet. You do need a lot of time to get all the squads working, though. There was some... I think I want to show off the cold crew. They're not really super strong. But the cool thing about this group is we finally get to use like stacking freezing abilities, where everyone can freeze enemies, and it's something I've never really had a good chance to do the whole game. And here we are, finally near the end. I can try it out. So a little bit of gearing, but not much, because I bought all the extra armor and stuff, so it makes it pretty quick. What's this? Frost Lancer? They need to go fast. They're pretty fast. These scanners are kind of cool too. They give you a little bit of mobility and sight and stuff. This is more of an axe guy than a shotgun guy. I might have run out of like... There's a lot of things I've been running out of. Potentially vests and stuff like that. And because they're pseudo melee, they might even want a little bit of armor. I still never really had a lot of like the resources, the bodies to make like better baseline. I'm still using like ceramic armor here. It's kind of... Well, we'll use alloy plating. It's at least slightly better. But yeah, it's been hard to get you know, the projects done. But yeah, there's not a lot else that needs to get changed, I don't think. I guess the Frost Captain still got a battle scanner. That means they were a Haven protector not too long ago. Frost Captain also a little bit on this low mobility. Make him go a bit faster. Extra grenade. Tracer rounds, not really what he needs. Well, I think he might actually do... I forget some of their abilities, there's so many. He does do some suppression. He's got like covering fire, so he's got like pretty good overwatches. The aim is not bad, but also he doesn't miss his first overwatch, so it doesn't help as much. So maybe just like a... Well, it's tricky because I think his gun does cold damage, so I don't know if you can stack elements on it. It probably doesn't work. But instead of an element ammo, you could just add like armor piercing or something would work. Just damage. I guess like the fire rounds, they're really good for that. It's just +1 damage, +1 pierce, just always works. And I forget, is he the kind of guy that gets healing? He gets cool grenades. Yeah, he's got the good medic. Trying to catch these. Once I get them, I shouldn't have to do this ever again. So just one time for each unit, and then they're good forever. Final gear, basically. I mean, I still might change some stuff up a bit, but overall, we're looking pretty strong. So we send them out. And that's still way less time than it used to be to select all 8 soldiers and then try to balance them out to make sure they're good. And I mean, I have been spending a lot of intel to boost things because I've got practically infinite intel. There's nothing left to research. It's kind of sad. The workshop projects are going to go on for years, but there's nothing to research. So other than just breaking down, you know, data pads for intel, like that. I don't know if there's anything else value at all. Like, I guess if I hadn't added in a bunch of alloys and stuff, I could build my. I could grind some. To be fair, all of these alloys in Illyrium I did get honestly, but I did cheat in a fair bit to buy all the armor. But there's really not enough bodies to get the crystals you need. I think you could get enough alloys for pretty much everything just by spending time rendering. But even if you broke down all your rare corpses to get cores and then turn the cores into crystals, I don't think you'd ever have enough. Not for the number of units I've got anyways. So for now, I mean, I'll just finish the last... I can't be that many data caches left, but... And yeah, we get these waves of missions, so we get some cool stuff. We'll show some of these off. I think I'll do like a round of these missions. They're pretty easy now. Maybe I should do them less than 100% infiltrated just to show off that we can do that now. Sure, we'll send the Power Rangers out on this one. They're almost all ready to go. Oh yeah, I gave them some of the bio guys because, well, I needed something to fill in the ranks for the Power Rangers. Honestly, they turned into a pretty good group, squad all on their own. This guy, I gotta remember what he does. Bio Assault. This is a... Oh, he's very shooty. Yeah, he's just like a massive shooty unit. Kind of like a skirmisher with some grenades. So, yeah, I didn't even give him the weapon upgrades. There's still a few units like this that I haven't quite finished up. But the build is pretty common now. Biotrooper 2 good? I mean, I haven't really used him yet, but he looks... I would say the Advent Troopers are just always a bit better than the baseline ones. The only downside is he doesn't have 4 ammo slots, or 4 mod slots in his plasma rifle. But yeah, anybody that gets double shot, shred, extra damage, thousands to go, like these are all really good abilities. +1 damage. He can do melee if you like melee. He can do... I'm not like a huge fan of neurotoxin grenades, but acid grenades I love. So he gets acid grenades. Yeah. I didn't get this guy till basically one of the last of the Advent Troopers. If I'd gotten him earlier though, I'm sure he would have been a carry. Yeah, I think that's safe. So his movement, as always, I always like more movement. Get into the fight, and then some sort of ammo. I guess you could go acid to really like lean into his strength, but he already has a lot of acid effects, so it'd probably be better to give him a different element if you're trying to give him a variety pack of like utility. He's already got shredding, although you could stack it. I think honestly something like blue screen just helps cover another avenue. Like blue screens are usually one of the best ammo, I think. And then finally, one last item. I don't know, it doesn't really matter too much. I didn't really give him any extra armor or anything, so I'll give him some plating. He can do melee, so you need a little bit more armor if you're going to risk the melee attack. Good enough for now. Well, I say that. I do probably have PCSs I could give out to everybody. It's not like... This is late game, you know. We don't have infinite PCSs, but we got lots. I can just give him a bit of aim or something, and that'll be nice for the double shot. He's over 100 with his bonuses, so that's cool. And we also have like the bio barrier guy here. This group, although you can't see the whole squad right now, it has all the bio classes, bio advent plus all the Power Rangers, which are, well, random classes. But, okay, get them out there. What I really like is being able to get these squads out without having to spend half an hour prepping every single time. So I am a fan of that. A little boost. Nothing else to do with intel. Alright, Psychic's done. Hey look, we finally have ice bombs. Now that will actually upgrade the Frost crew. Because a bunch of them can build their own Bitter Frost grenades, and now they get bombs. Finally, after months. Another mission. Sure, I mean, we'll get a bunch of UFOs. They're fun. There is one of these that I was too scared to try. I don't know if I'll get it again, but once you're really smacking Advent around, there is like standard UFO, super UFO, and then there's a tier even higher, and it's got like an orbital station defending it or something. I'm like, I don't know if I can do that mission. Let me double check my workshop. Okay, yeah, we're getting Frostweave now. Trying to get the last few things here I want researched, basically. Unfortunately, I can't get the good ice launchers unless we get Cryo Rocketeer Corps, and I don't know if they even spawn anymore. Similarly, I'd love to get a Sorcerer Corps or two, just so I can wrap up those projects. I never did Mimic Beacons. I know some people really like those. But I feel like I've got most of this stuff, other than like the armor. All the vests got skipped. And there wasn't anyone else, right? Okay, let's go get a couple UFOs. So we've got the Power Rangers are out, the Cold Crew is out. I want to show these guys off a little bit, get a little bit more practice with them. So the other one that I think is pretty cool is all Advent Troopers. And they make a really powerful squad too, honestly. Although they keep unequipping their gear, which is really annoying. I think every time they get a wound, even for like an hour, they just unequip all their utility items, and I hate it. Sealed armor, lightning reflexes, but we get extra money. No big deal. Alright, so Pathfinders, one of the newer Advent ones I never got to see earlier. These guys are basically recon, sort of scout units. Not really fighters, I don't think, although there might be some builds that make them decent fighters. I definitely think of them mostly as my Phantom Scouts, just from what I looked at their stats. So I'll give them... I think I'm out of mobility vests. Oof. We need more dead Pathfinders to get more speed. I guess you could give him, like, if he does fight, something that can cause a status effect like Panic is pretty good. And stealth units are also quite nice to hold, like, medkits in case they can do that while they're stealth or concealed, so that's pretty good. But yeah, Pathfinders, I don't think I've sold them ever at this point, but they are... they've got, like, an officer line if you want to do support. They have some shooting, of course, but they're more like an SMG gun type wielder. And then the Pathfinder line is a bit more about stealth, although it's kind of a mix. So I guess they don't have like a hard stealth line. They start with Phantom and Covert, but they don't get much else. Although Tradecraft is nice, it speeds up. But yeah, I went hard on to just support officer. And then Pathfinder Hunters, another sort of new one. These guys, a bit more like a sniper, at least the one I made was definitely leaning into sniper. Their rifle, I think, is move and shoot, like snapshot sniper with squad sight and snapshot kind of thing. There's other builds, of course, if you want to do other things. You could make them stealthy. Top line is pretty stealthy and move and shooty. There's some flashbang builds in the middle, which I generally don't like, but they're there. And hey, you know what? Maybe the Pathfinder stun mine would have been really good. I just didn't take that route. But yeah, Pathfinders I think are pretty sweet. Those are new ones. I think... Let's see, what else do we see? We definitely had Shield Bearers before, Wraith Commandos, Raptor. I think Destroyer Commandos were new. Another late game get for me. Destroyer Commandos, they basically get to be skirmishers. And I love the Ripjack build, although there's a bit more psychic than just, you know, skirmishers. But same kind of idea. And they seem really, really powerful. So always happy to have guys like that. And I think their gun is, again, pseudo-sniping, so it's pretty sweet. Base aim on this guy is pretty trash, though. I did just notice that. He can fly around, so doesn't need the... Actually, the scanner might help. That can give him a bit of mobility. If I had more mobility vest, I would definitely give it to him. But I can give him the flame vest, which lets you temporarily speed up a little bit. He doesn't need a lot of melee mobility, but if you want to use that destroyer gauntlet, you got to get up close. Yeah, destroyer rifle, not a sniper rifle exactly, just a rifle. Wraith Commando, obviously great unit. We've used this guy lots. Super strong. He's the power melee Templar for sure. For him, you know, as always, mobility vest is probably better, but I've only got as much as I've got. I'll throw him, I don't know. Doesn't even have a gun. Just give him a med kit. These guys are more likely to get shot than a lot of you. I guess he technically has a pistol. I forgot about that. It's not that powerful. Armor pierce is good, but it's just pistol damage, you know. Anybody else? I think that's good enough. Kind of see how the build goes here. Full Advent. It's pretty cool. I really like the themed builds. If I replayed this, I would definitely try to do more themed builds and squads because it's kind of cool. I like that idea. All right. We are at 36% for 35% for that one. Maybe I'll even go before we get to 100 just to show off a little, just to flex. We'll see. Officer training. I've been trying to get my officers ranked up. It is taking forever. Scavenger is definitely, I think, the best of the field commander perks. Obviously, the damage is nice. But if you're not cheating, definitely having more alloys in Illyrium is obviously the strongest upgrade, I think. Because it just means more equipment. Getting lots of missions, which is good, though. I kind of want to do like one big wave of them, and then maybe that'll be the end. You know, one last show-off wave, and then we'll move on. I don't think I've used the last couple generic squads, so let's get these guys checked out. This is the problem, though, yeah. It's like, I've got my armor and weapons all pretty much maxed out, which is great, you know, because it remembers that. But the fact that I have to go through here and salvage, and like the thing is, like, because they keep unequipping it when I'm not looking, I don't actually know how much, like, I need to build, so I don't have enough. Unfortunately, a lot of the light armors are, like, literally limited by bodies, not just, like, alloys and money. So, sure, I've got 27 ultralight vests, but I probably need, like, 10 more. And unless I could figure out the... you know, it's like Pathfinder Corpse or something. I have no idea. Not like that. It's probably 10. If it works, it's a number after it. But you know, you'd have to know the item name. And I have no idea. I don't even really know where I'd look it up. So we're a little bit limited on that kind of stuff, which is whatever, but I wish it wasn't like that. Just because I'm trying to show off so much stuff. I do have another... I don't even really need the hunter armor anymore, oddly enough. But anyway, let's just do it. Just give people some armor. Not everybody needs the speed. She's got 20 already. She just needs a bit of armor. The Witch is definitely one of those units that doesn't have a lot of survivability options. Doesn't shoot. Doesn't have very good aim. Actually, her terrible aim is like really one of her biggest downsides. Like, using her in melee with 66 aim at max rank is kind of crazy bad. I'm really disappointed in her aim growth. I'll just give her a ton of armor and a med kit. We'll call that good. I guess we could use her for grenades, but she has no grenade perks. What else we got? Buccaneer. So if I had spare Wraith vests, this is one of the places I usually give them out, but I've probably run out. Yeah, like I said, the fact that these guys keep getting all their gear unequipped is, like, really frustrating. I didn't realize it was this bad, actually, because I haven't checked in a bit. No guns. You can have some sort of grenade, I guess. The Buccaneer is pretty strong. Still kind of a melee unit, so... Assault. I have been trying to get these turbulent plasma guns to work. They're still terrible. I really think they're the worst of the options of all the final tech weapons. Sure, if this weapon ever hits and crits, it can do like 40 damage, but it's overkill. It does more damage than it needs to, and it's going to miss a lot, which is pretty brutal. I can't really afford too much mobility gear here. Hey there, Robert. Or mobility lowering gear. She's got to be able to get up close. Pyromaniacs. Oh, good. I'm so glad I get to bring these guys. Fire and beams, at least. We can try to make... I guess his aim is pretty good, at least. You don't give him that much. If I add in, like, a status effect, it does work with the immolators, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I am getting tired of XCom. I definitely need to wrap it up pretty soon, and I have skipped a fair bit ahead between streams. But I'm kind of doing, like, 1 or 2 final showcases. Is at least the plan. You know what? I've got another flame vest for a flame unit. You can have it. Fire on, man. But I don't want to lose too much more mobility. Again, it's the standards problem. You have to get very close for your flamethrowers. If you drop that mobility, even much below 15, they suffer. They really struggle to get up in there. That's why we get these unequipped people, because they can't really afford to carry it. Let's see, one more, I think. Monster Girl. I don't know what I'm going to do next. I never really know, but it probably won't be that. Rocket launcher guy. Right, so this guy needs rockets. You can also have something for your sniper rifle. Good aim. I do like those Illyrium rounds. They're very strong. Very big. They're really good for debuffing enemies. Minus 35 aim is huge. Even a chance to stun. And then, like, whatever rockets I've got, I'll just give them. Couple Illyriums. Shredder. And, yeah, that's the problem. His mobility is gone. Oh, that always seems to happen. So this is a guy that absolutely needs that vest. Or maybe I give up on the depth perception. Yeah. I'm going to use one of my really big speeds here. He's, like, fine. It's just you can't have 10 mobility. That's too slow. And I would like to give him another grenade, honestly, if I can do it. It's still going to slow him down. Or another rocket. But honestly, these just so many cool rockets. 13 mobility is pretty rough, but he's a stationary shooter more than a mobile shooter. Okay, so that's, squad building fairly quickly. If I didn't have to re-equip the items, it would be very fast.
We're in the pipe. 5 by 5.
Alright. Like I said, we'll do a wave of these today, I think. Just show off a little bit of late game flexing. There we go. So another big abilities. I did this. I spent 5 XCOM AP, which is probably a bad trade, for 12 will on the unit that had like 20 will. So almost like over 50% will increase was kind of funny. It doesn't really make much difference, but I'm like, yeah, I'll just do some silly covert ops. But that means I should probably get some more AP. Hopefully I haven't sent out my bonded pair, because they do these really fast. That's great. And yeah, I gave up on just bonding people. Now that I have squads, it would actually be pretty easy. Every squad could have like 4 or 5 bonded units inside of it. But I'm not going to bother. It's just too much hassle. I got way too many units.
I'll order my people to get underway immediately.
And that's not saying bonding is bad. It's very powerful abilities. It's just too much hassle for me right now. There's another item. Woo! This is one of those custodian weapons, I think. Unfortunately, it's a shotgun, which generally means I'm not a huge fan, but... Cyane suit? I don't know what that is. There's so many cool items. I think I'd like the good armor piercing. I don't use armor piercing ammo very often because -2 is not much of a difference anymore. But -5 armor is quite a lot. I don't know. I still think shredding is better because it helps the team, but it's all good. Now we could do like a 60% mission here. Instead of like 7 enemies, we could fight 20. I don't know. I guess it would make things more interesting, but there's really never a reason to go early these days. I mean, I might as well even go to 200% infiltrated and then make this super easy, but I'll do them at 100 as my baby compromise, so, you know, we're not making it crazy easy, but we're also not making it extra hard. I mean, I'm assuming that's the design and the idea, like, you're supposed to do them around 100. One thing, and this is one of the reasons why the stream or the campaign is not going to go much longer, I am finding the loading mission times is getting absolutely insane. I didn't time it early on in the campaign, but I feel like you watch how long we're on the screen for a small mission. There's like 12 enemies, I think. Maybe it was a large map, I can't remember. But either way, these missions are usually some of the simplest ones. It's not like you're doing a giant headquarter assault or something. And it takes... I don't know, I'm gonna need to, maybe I should put a timer on screen here, because it seems like it just takes, like every single mission takes like 10 seconds longer than the last one, or maybe not that much, a couple seconds longer. But after you've done 100 missions, like, it takes minutes. So, I feel like my time playing versus time waiting balancing is getting really bad these days. So, I think it's just too many mods in a late game XCOM 2 campaign. Is my hunch. I don't think it's the computer. You know, my computer is not too bad, but maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm streaming. But for whatever reason, it didn't start like this when I started the Let's Play, and now it's like, you know, go make some dinner while we wait for one mission to load. The mission itself will probably be over in like 3 turns, but like, yeah. Once you get to the point where, like, I used to have this. Back when I was a young college student with a potato for a computer, I used to play a lot of Total War, like Medieval 2 Total War, old games like that, and Rome 1, Medieval 1 and 2, those kind of old Total War games. And I remember, especially in the late game or big battles, there was times where like the game would just slow to a halt, like the frames per second, like just rendering the you know, thousands of little soldiers fighting. It would just slow the game to such a crawl that like that kind of like slowdown really kills the fun for me, because it's like I'm just waiting. I don't know. I think I've got a pretty serious like time sensitivity or something. I was talking about that with the Blue Ankylo not too long ago. But like I struggle when I'm just waiting. And here we are just watching a black screen, right? So I don't know exactly how long that took, but it feels like it's just going on forever. And I'm gonna assume it's modding related, but yeah, that's one of the big reasons that I kind of want to wrap up this campaign, because the time playing versus time waiting is, and like the game loves to just steal your time, right? Like all these forced camera movements and stuff. You can only shut so many off before you finally get to put an input in. You know, I'm getting a bit nitpicky, but it's not great. Anyway, this is an extract from prison mission as a scientist. We've done lots of these. It shouldn't be too scary, but let's give it a go. So this is our cold crew. In theory, we should be pretty effective at freezing enemies solid and having them lose their turns. I haven't really had a lot of practice with it, but we'll give it a try. We also have a pretty nifty Enigma drone. I don't actually think these guys are very good because their main purpose is scouting and getting vision and staying in phantom concealment. The problem is they can't take cover, so the enemy always spots them and then they lose their stealth. Now they can re-stealth once or twice, so that helps, but all things considered, I think they're... we're going to go find something on this time. Sure, we ran by another group. Well, I mean, I'm glad we saw them without getting activated. Anyway, I just want to get to the high ground, so we're just going to run up. Most of our units are... yeah, these are... I've got a couple technicians. They could have been snipers, but I gave them assault rifles, I think, because I like it better. The plasma strike rifle is technically a sniper rifle, but it's the snapshot style one. And yeah, cryolator, you know, these guys are pretty much trash, but maybe I'll be able to pull off a amazing ice attack on this group. You never know. And then the other one, this is I think this is one of the newer units. This is a frost purifier. They do not get cover. They're kind of like a mech. So, but they're better than the purifier guy, or whatever this guy's called. What's this class? The arsonist with a cryolator. The frost version, although he also has a cryolator that kind of sucks, he's got all these great axe abilities, and I think you guys will like the axes. Although they'll probably immediately spot him because he can't take cover, just like the drone. We'll see. The trouble is getting close enough to actually hit them with the AoE. Well, we didn't get spotted. Do you think we could ice them from here? Let's give it a shot. Nope, they immediately spot me. Despite the square saying it's safe, it's never safe. And they immediately scamper, spread out, get a free ablative HP bonus, and any chance of this unit being good completely gone once again. I took a bit of a gamble on that, but they just suck so much. The flamethrowers are just... like, at most I can hit one unit, and I might even miss them, so it's not even like reliable for that. It's rough. Well, let's see if we can clean this up, you know, our own way. Not a very good activation, I'll give you that. So sniper flank, but way too far away. Oh, there you go. So yeah, so all these Frost Advent, they get really nice axe abilities that are... I love these things, they're so strong. They're like the throwing knives. We didn't get the crit, you know, about 50-50 chance, but... we might not actually be able to clean this group up. It's not looking great. This is my Frost Captain. Yeah, the aim is bad. Probably should have waited another turn before I moved up, but I thought I had a cool, you know, ambush attack, right? Apparently we can't see the drone. It's always fun when that happens. What a great warm-up. Well, Well, here I am playing too quick, I guess. This is actually like a relative disaster. Like, I can kill the sniper. I can just shoot him. There. Easy enough, I guess. Yeah, the Frost Technician here gets squad sight with a regular rifle, so at just beyond vision range, they work great. Not long range, but stuff like that, they're really strong. I think, honestly, these Advent Frost units are very, very good. I just... You know, the one that messed it up, it's not Advent. That's my guy. Well, we killed 1 out of 5. It's not great. I can grenade 2. 2 for 1. That's a deal. Has pretty terrible damage, though, I gotta say. It did get rid of some evasion, though. That's helpful. Alright, we could go for a 79% chance to refund our action there. That'd be pretty cool if it worked. Here you go. There's nothing else that Leon here could even do other than Overwatch. So it's an ability I don't use very often, the combat scanner. Oh, and he gets quick aid, so he gets to still do whatever. Good for him. But that should make it... I actually changed it by nothing. So if the enemies don't have very much defense, it doesn't seem to matter. That's really dumb. I thought that would make a difference. I don't want to shoot through full cover either. Give someone 20 aim. Sure, whatever. It's better than nothing, I guess. 1 kill. Oh, I gotta get some kills here. We have opened up a can of worms, and I've not started very strong. Yeah, even with all the aim buffs and defense penalties, we just cannot seem to get past his, what is it? It's just his natural 12 dodge, I guess, we can't seem to defeat. Well, we're gonna try. If this fails, we're in pretty big trouble. Alright, no graze. So that means we didn't spend an action. Which means now we can do all this cool axe stuff from up close. So we've got free axe. This axe doesn't cost an action. There we go. And then, how about another axe that gets a kill and then refunds your AP? So that's 3 attacks. Four attacks. This is why I wasn't really that worried. Five attacks? He just don't stop. There you go. That's all his attacks, but now he's got like 3 movement or something extra. I think every time he got a kill, he got extra movement. So, whatever it is, the ability that gives him more moves. Yeah, pretty good, right? So, Frost Purifier, definitely high rank. At least with the axe build. Ooh, large alloys. That's what we need. Would have been funny if we failed the 5%. Okay, well, that was the first pod dealt with. That was a little bit stressful, but we're good. This guy, as always, my purifier is just basically irredeemable.
It's clear.
I still have my scout drone. That's good. We've got probably most of the pods across the map. This drone is still phantomed, but it doesn't really matter. I think they're not very good at... Well, they're not very good at scouting. Better than nothing, but not by much. Okay, music's a little intense here. Whew. Still pretty intense. Alright. See if I can get some vision. There you go. Now, if I had a sniper, that's a nice kickoff for the turret. But I don't think I have a normal sniper. This group... I mean, the ice crew is cool, but... You know, we just kill stuff. We didn't even get any freezes, right? So, like, what's the point? So this is someone who could have a sniper rifle that doesn't. This is technically a sniper rifle. But honestly... You're probably better just going for these guaranteed hits. I don't know. Now, we can use White Death. So, White Death is a Master Sergeant ability. Non-turn ending. It's real good. Haven't had a chance to show this off yet either, I don't think. I mean, we almost one-shot it. We could do it again. In fact, you should probably just think of White Death as completely replacing your regular shot. Because it doesn't end your turn, it's got no cooldown. It's better. So, yeah, pretty good. I'd love to get my cryolator at least something. Maybe. That's 3-pack. There's 4 left. Probably one more pod. There's got to be somebody defending the objective, I think. No. Oh. What? Like I said, the drone is actually not very good at its job. And we're probably going to lose it right here because it can't safely move. That was insane. They were just hiding just in this little tiny fog of war I couldn't see. And then they immediately spot it. Alright, another bad activation. I mean, it's mostly just bad for the drone. The good news is I have some ability to hit from across the map like this, but... You still need some sort of line of sight. I don't think I could command the drone. Too far away. Shield the drone? Yeah. I mean, I want to keep it alive. I would be kind of annoyed if I had to replace it. Not that it's expensive, just that it takes time at the workshop that I don't really have. Don't know if there's anything else I could do. Oh, I can... Well, he might lose it. I think if I stealth him, he'll just immediately lose it, but... If he was in cover, this would work perfectly. It's just... He doesn't get cover. Yeah, it doesn't even work. Lame. Yeah, this is... I don't know what the solution is, really. But units that don't get any cover... Their concealment is just so trash, it's not even really worth considering. Well, I mean, I obviously gotta get people moving forward here, or we're never gonna win this fight.
Rolling.
Right, and this guy doesn't get cover. So one of the problems is if I group people up here, they're just gonna blindly throw a grenade, even though they can't see me. It's one of the things that's pretty annoying. Muton Elu, not Elite. I always mix them up. They're pretty annoying. Should I just go for it? No, that would end turn, not kill. I don't really have any backup, so as much as that's an interesting play, it's not a good play. Actually... Okay, hold on. Let's try suppressing fire, which gets me a shot and a suppression. Because he's going to react. We got to graze, of course. Freaking grazes. Yeah, we can probably still finish him. Is it worth it? I'll say yeah. This is a nice get. I didn't think we'd be able to pull this off. It does put our Doomslayer in a bit of a problem. But we got rid of the most dangerous unit. And we can still run away. That Whirlwind-like ability, pretty good. Alright, he just destroys some walls. Put some shields up. Shoot my drone. Okay, barely anything. Bio barrier. You shouldn't be able to hit flying units with melee. I'm not allowed to. Alright. I'm glad I took out the Elu and the sniper. We did a pretty good job, I think. More than I thought I would be able to pull off. So we've got another black ice. If I can get some chill on him, that'll do even more damage. Oh, but where's my White Death? White Death is just... Maybe we can mark the target or something? Maybe I could try to use my ice guy. Alright, drone. Well, I want to save the drones. He's the furthest forward. Retaliation. So this guy has a chance to just not get hit. Hate that. I mean, I could just freeze him, but... No, let's try the White Death, I think, because if it applies some chill... 92%. I mean, even if we graze it, it'll make the Black Ice kill him, I think. We got the chill, we got the rupture. The chill should make it easier to follow up. Well, in theory, it lowers his dodge. It doesn't do anything to defense, I guess. Okay. We'll go for the kill chance. Nice. As much as it's a bit of a mess of a mission, still turning out okay. There are still 2 unactivated units. Alright. I feel like I gotta try to get some value out of this dumb cryolator. So we're gonna double blue move. And if he cannot kill this friggin' Muton that was hiding behind more people, great. Super. Every time. So, yeah, flamethrowers. He can't even hit the sectoid in the corner.
This might burn.
Basically useless. You know, 8 damage, it's nice, but I think I have to run away. Like, I got to make 1 attack, but if there hadn't been any other groups in there, maybe we could have killed him like this, but no, that unit, I really think that is the pyromancer, not pyromancer, the what's the class called? The arsonist. Arsonist and pyromaniac are maybe the worst 2 classes in my pack. There's a chance we kill like this. I guess we take the chance. That's a really low roll. We can still get out of the way. What else could we do? Maybe with some smart scanning we can get Carl close enough to help here. Yeah, we can flash. But that won't work because he'll just counterattack. Even this biocaptain. Why is our aim so bad? Does this unit suck? Base 74 aim. Yeah, okay, there's your problem. So I don't think this is the class's problem, but this specific Frost Lancer, I mean, their aim is just so bad, it's unreliable. Now, that doesn't mean there's no way to remedy that. It's just you have to do extra actions that usually are better off, you know, getting kills. Well, 96% is certainly pretty good. But also that includes the grays, which won't kill, so... Oh, good. Never mind. Well, we got lucky. We did the hit with poison. I guess I could have checked, but it's really hard to keep track of all the enemies that get Blade Storm. There's too many. It's on me. It's my job to remember, but it's just another reason why I think sword units are terrible, because you have to keep track of stuff like that as well. Something that my good units don't have to even think about. Cryolators and swords. Not very effective. I mean, effective sometimes, but... Yeah, I would not say I'm super impressed by anyone other than the Frost Purifier with his axe throwing. But that's not really melee, right? He did some melee, but... Stupid civilians are blocking my good cover there. I really don't want this guy to be in vision, because he's already injured and poisons. I guess I'll pull him back as far as I can in full cover. Yeah, we're a bit too spread out here. There you go. I can keep him safe with stealth. At least the, you know, non-robotic mech units stealth works really well on, because as long as you're in cover, you're always stealthed. Yeah, stealth protocol is one of those abilities I haven't used a lot, but I think I maybe underrated a little bit. It's solid. I don't know, maybe I'll get a weird Overwatch from here. Sure, just have some bonus concealment. Why not? I do think the Enigma drone is usually a waste of a deployment slot, unfortunately. Even though it can stealth a little bit and scout. Yeah, I mean, that's how bad it is at actually scouting. How could you see him? They should not have had vision on that guy. If they had a mech there, there's no way I would have been able to see him. Ugh, the game. Cheating. I swear. There's no way that they should have been able to see to make that melee attack. I'm not even, like, peeking around a corner. This guy doesn't peek around anyway. It's dumb. So... Right, and we actually have to deal with all these frost zombies now. And guess what won't work on frost zombies? Do you think they take lightning damage? Maybe we get some redemption here. If the electric damage kills them, I will... Well, I'm not going to be impressed, but I'll be like, ooh, you killed some zombies. Yay, you killed some zombies. That's as good as you get. Don't get too excited. Alright, well... Is this a turn-ending purifier? No. Bitter chill. If we get any more chill on him, he immediately freezes. But yeah, the killing. I mean, he's just gonna die. So that's kind of one of the things, too, right? It's like, if I hit something 3 times with chill, it will freeze solid. Except, if you hit something 3 times, it generally dies. So I don't know. I don't think it's a very good ability either. Like the ice on effect is great when it actually procs, but I don't know. It's pretty rare where we haven't killed the thing by then. Sure, we'll take a flanking... Self-flank. It's probably pretty stupid, but just kind of want to... Of course, there was a Muton that was invisible we couldn't see from any angle that had Overwatch. Of course, I should have known. I mean, I probably saw him go into Overwatch, and then my brain... goldfished, and we immediately forgot. Line of sight is tricky.
Position confirmed.
46%. It's basically worthless. Well, I guess the good news is I can heal from back here a little bit. This mission is definitely not going the way I planned. Maybe I should rescue Protocol the officer so he doesn't die. Man, we're taking so many injuries. This is... man, I'm not happy with this. The most annoying part is we take all these injuries. It's not that necessarily people die, it's I have to re-equip everybody again. Everyone who gets injured unequips all their stuff, and then, like... I don't know any way to stop it. No vision. And I guess Overwatch is pointless because you're stealth, so... just get closer. Hmm. Okay, I did not get as much work done here as I thought I would. I'll take the tip of the AoE getting a little bit of cold on him. Right, he's immune, of course. Of course! I finally make an ice crew and half the enemies are immune to it. I mean, I should have known, but it's so demoralizing. There's so many enemies that are, like, the stuff that's hard to do. Swords, status effect, cold, pick your element. They're kind of difficult to set up and get value. I don't find they're universally that strong. And then you try to build a team around it, and then, you know, enemies are just immune to it. And it's like, what am I even doing? Why did I bother? Like, I should just have guns. Guns and grenades work, right? Frost, Muton, this is the last guy. We're fine, like, this is it. It's just, how do we clean it up? There's very little that our Cryolator guy can do. And it's not specifically because I give him the Cryolator. You know, we could be fighting enemies that are immune to fire, just as likely. And then the Purifier, or whatever it's called, the flamethrower thing, chemthrower, whatever they call it. It would just be as equally effective. It's just, in this specific situation, the fire would have been better, but... Does lightning work on biological? Yeah, of course. I mean, that's good. It's nice to have the backup. And that does give me a way to pretty much always do damage. He's panicked. Does he still get... Yeah, I don't think... I think because he's disoriented, he doesn't get his counterattack. I feel like I've learned that in the past. And that's it. So now we just need someone to hack. I know I have technicians. They'll be fine. So again, I think it's supposed to be an easy mission. We just had some pretty poor activations. Some counters to our melee and our ice, which is unfortunate. Didn't really get to showcase all the abilities super well, which is probably more salty about that. Alright, and my sniper is, yeah, gonna take a couple of turns. I've talked about this lots too, but we're kind of in that phase where, you know, you win the mission and then you spend another 10 minutes doing, like, paperwork. All the enemies are dead. You could probably just let me win. It doesn't really matter, but 98 hack, 82 hack, 90 hack. We'll send the guy with the max hack to open the door. Yeah, I mean, none of this stuff really makes a difference. That's like, that is why I'm having a hard time with the late game right now. I guess I should, maybe I really should just finish this off. I don't know. I thought I would stream and I'd be, you know, energized a little bit by talking about some cool stuff and showing off some of the work I did, and the first mission is like, blah. Not all the missions are like this. It's just a particularly slow one. But I mean, I think this does amplify the slow loading problem. Everything is just slow right now. And maybe I'm just impatient, but I don't know. Should go watch like the first stream, see how long missions took back then. Right, we hacked the door, but he doesn't open the door.
position.
Alright, we made it.
Firebrand.
So that was my baby demonstration of the cold crew. It was not great. I didn't really get to show stuff off. I don't think we froze anything with our chilling attacks. But I don't know what would be qualify. Like, maybe like a sectopod you could shoot 3 times and freeze it. But when you're doing 10 to 15 damage per hit, often, you know, 3 hits is 30 to 50 damage. Most things are just dead.
XCom refuses to let go of the ways of the old world. They will continue their wanton and reckless crimes until the entire world burns around them. We are...
Oh, not that one. Alright, back to base.
After a mission like that, spirits are gonna be high around here.
Well, you say that, but 10 days, probably some more injuries. I guess like what I'm really, if I'm trying to grind stuff, I need weird Requiem corpses, Requiem essence by like the mother load. And then I could build some cool Requiem gear. At least that would be something to get excited for. I'm just going to double check how long the injuries were. You know, it doesn't make a huge difference, but curious. So we had 5 days on the Lancer, 10 days on the Captain. That's it for that mission. It's not that bad, but just play better. Let me get a UFO. I do generally enjoy these UFO missions. We'll let the cold crew rest. One of the things about having all these squads that's really cool is certainly while they're recovering from their wounds, I don't need to deploy them. I've got other squads ready to go now. So. Let's click generic 7. I do need names. I don't know how to name these guys, but it'd be cool if I could name them. But this guy got the miner, oh boy. But I do think all my squads are reasonably balanced right now, depending on who's injured or whatever, but... Okay, the gunslinger doesn't need a hollow targeter anymore. Oh, and you've got that... This is questionable. Turbulent semi-auto pistol. It does a lot of shredding, I think was the idea. But the aim penalty, oh, it's not good. I don't know, this gives her temporary aim, maybe? I don't have all that many of those either, so... I mean, her base aim is great, it's just, the turbulent stuff, dropping it down, seems to make a pretty big hit on it. There's a couple people that have these old, one-shot rocket launchers. I can probably be upgrading them to the best version. The BFG. Marksman. Oh, still... See, I still got a couple people with old armor. And I do have a cool Dawnbreaker battlesuit. This is one of those Requiem ones. There's so much cool stuff. It's just, you know, as the game falls apart, it's hard to really, like, get hyped for it. I'm having a harder time. Oh. We'll equip it. Gives you a heavy weapon. I do have actual heavy weapons now, finally, like the Plasma and Shredder. I think the Shredstorm Cannon is probably my favorite, but I'll try the Plasma Blaster. What else does this guy need? This is a sniper. It's probably more of a knife thrower than a sniper, though, right? I forget. Oh no, this is my Overwatch sniper. Yeah. One of my Overwatch snipers. Can throw knives, but more about shooty. As always, another unit that would love a little bit of mobility. Stealing it from the people who are injured, I guess. Some basic armor. I mean, maybe I'd take less injury times if I had more ablative HP. Could just play better. That's all I gotta do. Alright, I just gotta figure out the minor, and this should be fine. Fine-ish with the asterisks. Santa Claus. I give him the hunter rifle, which is kind of nice. Kind of helps out other people shooting, and he can still stealth around. I've given him like a bunch of mines, kind of like you'd expect for a miner. Still, he can only carry 3 mines. It's 3 shots per mission, and they're not even very good. His aim, oh man. Another, like, the terrible aim units, like, unless they've got like a grenade launcher or some really strong non-shooting ability, anybody that's Master Sergeant with like less than 80 or 70 aim is just like, what are they even doing, right? Maybe you can do stun mines. This is a mine. I do have the ice bombs. They're okay, I think. It's kind of like a mix between a... Like, it doesn't... It's not like a frost bomb that freezes. It'll just add a level of chill. And kind of AoE... Like a weaker plasma grenade that can apply chill. It's not bad, I just... The niche is small. I guess it's not much weaker than a plasma grenade. It is a larger radius. Yeah, it's got some things going for it. Sure, whatever. Someone can have it. It's fine. Might as well be Santa. He comes from the North Pole. He has his ice. And that's another full squad. Easy. I like the squad develop. Like this, getting the squad set up was a good idea. I should have done that ages ago. Saved me a ton of time. I just wish soldiers didn't get unequipped so easily.
Avenger plotting new course.
I suppose if that worked.
XCom AP, sure. Anything else useful here? Like, I could get another mission that would lower strength in West Asia. It's probably something you should do. I could get 4 aim on somebody for some of those XCOM AP. That's... I think this is what a lot of people do in vanilla. It doesn't... Like, if you're using, like, 100 soldiers, if you spread it out, it's kind of weak, but... Like, stacking up a few soldiers to be the best with crazy good stats does sound pretty cool. I just... It doesn't work the way I'm playing this campaign. Not, well, it doesn't work well. But like 4 aim isn't a ton. But there's some units that could definitely use it, right? Like, my rooks tend to get a lot of shots. Maybe someone who can shoot twice. There's probably a point where your aim is high enough that it doesn't matter, so getting up to 150 probably doesn't help you too much. I don't know who I should pick. Stealth doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, the Warden needs it a little bit, yeah. Because they shoot a lot, and they also do melee, and missing those melees is brutal. With your 81 is okay, but not too good. Sure. I like the Warden. They just need a little bit of help, so that might help them. More mobility ups. There was somebody I was thinking of giving them the willpower boost because their will sucked. I can't remember who it was though, unfortunately. You know, I can sort by will, but as soon as I click someone to check if they have the gene mod, it resets all this stuff. So these are the kind of people I would want to double check that have you know, immunity to mind control. But I think I've got most of them already. Some of them don't matter too much because they get their own smoke that gives them like the ability to ignore it. But yeah, if I didn't have to reselect everything every single time, it would be a lot easier to do this kind of stuff. I could also just look for low mobility units that want to go faster. That's always like easy. But yeah, it's just too many units. I kind of regret bringing out as many classes as I did. It was fun showing them all off and level them up, seeing what they could do, but the micromanagement, I think it's, well, detrimental. Okay, while this is loading, I'm gonna take a quick break, get a drink and all that. But I'm gonna try to keep an eye on the clock to see how long this actually takes. This is like, you know, very light, easy mission, not even large. But if this takes like more than like 5 minutes to load, I definitely know something's up. But I'll be right back. I'll probably be back before it's done loading. See you in a second. Well, I definitely beat it. So, I left at my time, 2:33:30. It's been almost 2 minutes of just black screen. Yeah. Like I said, I was feeling this loading screen was getting crazier and crazier. It... At least 2 minutes already. And this is like the smallest kind of mission you get. Like, something has gone wrong. It's even worse when it crashes. Like, sometimes the maps fail to load. And then you spend, like, 15 minutes just loading back into the game. Spend 2 minutes loading the map, or however long this is, for it to crash. And then you gotta restart it all. Should probably just start looking for my next game to play. I don't know. I really like to finish things. It's kind of like a mental thing my head gets stuck on a bit. I hate leaving projects unfinished. Happens, but I don't like it, especially when I'm streaming it or let's playing it. But a lot of the momentum for the series has just dwindled away. And this is up to 3 minutes now of black screen. Oh, there you go. 3 minutes almost on the dot. Well, I still can't actually load in. We'll see how long it takes. That was 3 minutes and about 5 seconds from launch mission to another black screen while this mission, animations play. Technically, we don't even get control for another however long this takes. So let's see how long it takes to us actually clicking start mission and actually starting the mission. That was about 4.5 minutes, approximately. Like, nearly 5 minutes from start mission to now we can actually play the mission. And this is a small one. Like, I don't know what's going on. I wish I knew what was happening. Like, I could try to fix it or something, but that's incredibly demoralizing. Like, no wonder the streams are not getting a lot of views. Most of the stream is just watching a black screen loading screens. It's one of the many problems I'm having. Anyway, this is a crate loot mix mission, which is, great for, stuff. getting alloys and stuff. And we do have our Power Rangers, and I think like they look really cool. I think, the character pool is neat, and having all that stuff in here is a lot of fun.
Roger that.
I'll even take the high ground this time. Maybe I'll do a better activation today than the last mission where it sucked. We'll see how this goes. No promises. I do have the Bio Assault Trooper. The first time you guys get to see him. One of the other humanoid units that doesn't get cover. I think there's only like 2. The Frost Purifier and this guy, other than like the mechs and drones. So you gotta be a bit more careful about him for stealth. Just like a Enigma drone. My sword units.
Double time.
Got my Psyop at least. Psyops are very strong at this point in the game. I mean, they're pretty much always strong, but we're at the point where they have basically all their good abilities too, so it makes it even better.
Rolling out.
Got it.
I would love to show off some of the cool aspirant abilities on Sarah Kerrigan there, because there's some really cool buffs she can apply, but they are very situational, so it's difficult to set them off. And there's some of these that I've just literally never cast. Liminal Tides. It's just a long cone. Cool. I picked it up at Master Sergeant, but I've never seen it. It's like there's concealment, there's a psychic attack, there's a run and gun and heal. I thought I had one. It's like I picked the ability when we leveled up, but I feel like it never got added into the ability tree. You're supposed to be able to give an ally like the Reaper effect, where they can just keep killing without spending an action. But I don't see it on these. I'll have to double check when we get back to base if something has gone wrong there. Because I definitely don't see it. And there should be like 7 or 8 abilities for these aspirants. I have a feeling we're not going to fight anything on this window, because the first crate is so far away.
Moving to designated coordinates.
Sometimes it's kind of weird, the map generation for these. The crates can start fairly close to your spawning location, and then the enemies tend to as well. Sometimes it's like really like opposite side of the map entirely. But I mean, I am always happy to get up in there before we start fighting.
2-4.
Would probably want to actually slow down a turn. With all this like mega dashing, some of our units are definitely going to get, start falling behind. Make it all the way there. So speedy.
Will do.
The Blue Ranger really is the blue. What's it called? I mean, Sonic. Does he have a nickname? The Blue something? Blue Flash or the Blue Ball? I don't know. Phoenix Wright had the Blue Badger, but that was different. Oh, you're the no cover guy. This is a very quiet start to a mission. I mean,
You hear that?
it kind of reminds me of the old XCOM games. I kind of miss the atmosphere of OG XCOM, and I would say Enemy Within. XCOM 2 doesn't really get that same like spooky, sneaky vibe for me. I don't know exactly why. Maybe just everyone is so super overpowered that the power scaling's gone too high. But I used to remember really enjoying like the atmosphere of like not knowing where the aliens were, or they're going to shoot you when you come around a corner, how far you could move and stuff. Things seem... I don't know exactly how to... like why, like what's changed, but it feels different nowadays. Like, I don't think it's intentional. Like, I think they still want that,
Eyes on a hostile
you know,
patrol.
oh, be careful, there's enemies out there coming to get you. But something about how they balance the game, you know, the way your soldiers rank up to max, and then especially with all these like special mod abilities, but even without them, like the aliens should be scared of us more than we should be scared of them. Maybe that's the issue. Still fun, I mean, but I think it changes like the genre of the game, I guess. Like, we're going from
Solid copy.
like horror game where you've got to be sneaky and, you know, you've thrown away rookies that are dying all the time, into a now we're Captain America and we're kind of just smacking Nazis around or something.
Solid copy. Running.
I don't really care about the high ground. Too messy right now.
Stepping off. Moving to Overwatch.
This is my not cover, so I have to keep this guy hopefully in a corner so they don't get revealed, but it doesn't always work.
Moving to
Alright.
Overwatch.
Well, if I had one of those cryolator, you know, immolator things, we could try to flamethrow them, but we don't. I suppose I should have been improvising acid grenades. I forgot to do that. But, oh well. What else do we do? How do we want to open this? Psychic unit that has almost all the psychic abilities. Pretty fun, but no, I think I want to try the... if I can pull it off, the Liminal Tide. So I don't think I've ever cast this before. It's got a pretty wide damage range, 7 to 14. But it's as good as way as any to open up. It says massive, but 7 would not be all that massive. Yeah. I mean, it's about as good as a grenade. And you can only do that like a couple times per mission. Like that's 3 out of 10 at max rank. Like, I guess you could hit more than 3 enemies depending on how the setup worked, but it's a pretty narrow cone. I don't know if you're going to get too many more than that ideally. I give that like a meh out of 10. Like, it's okay, but eh. mean, it does less... Well, it did minimum, maybe. Like, maybe I got the 7 instead of the 16 or whatever the highest range was. So, like, I got the low roll on the damage, but... Definitely need to do a lot more than that to, like, impress me. Whatever, this is guaranteed death. We'll just do this. Can't miss.
X-ray neutralized.
This is my Red Ranger. If they had vision, they'd have a double shot, but everybody took good cover. We got a bit of bad luck there. Biogenerals are pretty good against acid. I have a cool Sky Fury blade. That does a ton of 32 damage. Look at this. Finally, sword units are good. I mean, we don't even need it. It's crazy overkill. We're gonna activate another enemy? No? Okay, good. There you go. Sword unit, good. I mean, not really. We're probably gonna activate something and then it's bad again. And this is late game top tier sword with max rank soldier. It did get some kills, which is good, but it also made my life more miserable, as is tradition. Well, let's try to mark some crates at least. Probably not going to be able to deal with that group.
We're picking up a steady signal from the transponder. Firebrand is en route to make the pickup.
I do have a stealth unit. Now there's no more enemies super close. We could try to move up, get some vision. Maybe, yeah, maybe up here. Good luck. I believe in you. Of course you get spotted. Of course. Oh god, you gotta be kidding me. One step too far. Oh. Well, almost everything's activated. It all started because the sword guy got this cool kill, activated some more groups, and then I was like, well, I better try to get some vision on them to figure out what to do. And of course, somehow they managed to see my very sneaky, fairly sneaky, I don't know. It just sucks. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Run away, I guess? What a waste of a turn. You could stealth yourself after all that. Now you've activated everything. She's in cover, so it should work, yeah. Great. And then sword guy. Technically, they won't have vision on you from there. Because the door's not open. Just don't open the door. Alright, next. Probably not much. Guess I could run and gun. Sure. We should try to get some grenades out. Not that full cover means anything at this point in the game. I mean, it's more than nothing, but it's not much. Enemies shoot you through it super easy. Now, there was like a drone or something in here. Yeah, I can't hit the drone as well. It doesn't really matter, but you know the drone is just going to fly over and stun someone if it gets a chance. Yeah, that got rid of the evasion bonus. That was a solid one, I think. Shots are probably worthless. Do we have focus? I don't think so. This is definitely... Concentration is nice. This is where you need focus. You just go on Overwatch, and you hit the first thing that moves. Tempted to just, like, throw another grenade on them. Yeah. Might as well. Damage is starting to stack up. Okay, not ideal, but, you know, we got some work done. Unfortunately, my Red Ranger mobility is still pretty bad after all this time. So I think I'm going to have to... Probably going to have to dash. I don't think this is... Like, it's too far back for a good Overwatch, so... Yeah. Now, we could go super fast with our bio barrier. He is, like, supposedly the one that should tank. I don't know. Let's get a mark something, and maybe I'll just use his shield or something. We could... It doesn't have the range. Let's just stand open out here. It's pretty far back from the enemies, but if they do try to hit him because he's flanked, tons of armor and then guard. But I think the enemy sees guard and knows they can't deal damage to him, so they just ignore him, basically. It's kind of the trouble with tanky units. They tend to just get ignored. That's pretty good acid burn. I've told you guys acid grenades are great. This is just more demonstration. Well, it's probably the last group. Ooh, full cover! Protected him. Somehow. Priest, I'm sure, could have done something worse than that. I don't know. I'm sure he had a psychic attack. He just shot him with a pistol. Now, he shouldn't have been able to see me there, just by the way. But, you know, whatever. Cheating. We're getting a little lucky on these rolls. We actually got an Overwatch? Wow, the Ranger... Oh, he had Ever Vigilant, so he dashed and got an Overwatch. It actually technically accidentally worked. Okay. Well, I mean, that makes me feel a little bit better. He managed to get something. So, yeah. It's a mess. I don't think the Muton back there is actually active. No, he must be. No, he can't be. Yeah, that'd be 6. We're only at 5. Well, that's gonna be hard to get to that treasure. Do we do more sword dumbness? And I guess this is a nice open because it finishes this guy for a free action. Oh yeah, now they're active. Well, I mean, it was gonna happen no matter what. I'm pretty happy to take the Bio-Zerker out in one hit. That's a pretty strong attack. One action. Brutal. Yeah. Probably the most useful guy to kill is actually this sectoid. Somewhat traditionally. Doesn't like being stabbed very much. So yeah, I mean, it looks pretty awesome when the sword guy is just getting 3 kills like that every turn. I obviously can't complain, but I think most of the game with the extra activations, and there could have been another group right here or something, you know, it could have been still a sectopod around the corner. But the mobility to just zoom around like that is pretty darn impressive. Looks like we... Oh no, we've got the blink. We're gonna have to get way up close here. Even this, I don't think we get close enough to help. Well, that's as good as we can get, and we can maybe get that priest dealt with. Well, mind control is so overpowered. I haven't, been using it. It's actually like too strong, because like once your psi strength is pretty high, there's not a lot of enemies that can even have any chance of resisting it. That's why Psyops are obviously S tier, there's no doubt. We definitely want to kill the Pathfinder. Well, we'll kill all this if we can. Now, if I dash up there with the Acid Slash, it's not going to kill. Well, Sniping Shot is decent. Why is it saying like 5 damage? Shouldn't it be like... Like, doesn't that mean it pierced 3 armor? Our minimum is 10, so 1, 2, plus 8 should be the minimum damage? There's 0 grays. Like, it should be 15 HP, so we can't one-shot it, but it should be, like, really close. That's assuming we get a crit. Well, no, if we get a crit, it can kill. 14 plus 6 should definitely do it. Huh. Sometimes I don't think this preview is correct. Or I just don't know how the math works, maybe. There's always that. It was 3 shred rather than 3 pierce, maybe, so I had it backwards. We could try battering ram. I don't think I've ever used this either. This is from the shield. Yeah, bio assault. Pretty cool. Might be able to get like a command. I think I go for the... yeah, bio. All these guys are kind of resistant to my acid sword. Isn't it like last mission I bring frost units and everything, all the enemies are frost? This unit I bring bio units and all the enemies are bio? Like, what is with that? I don't think the game actually cheats you, but it feels a little suspicious. I don't know. Not super confident we're going to kill everything here. I'm not even sure this is a good grenade, because it's going to make it harder for me to kill them too, but... Since when? Friggin' decimators, man. So decimators are just immune to grenades. There's not very many enemies that are immune to grenades, but the ones that are, I hate. I wish they had some kind of symbol that's like, no grenade. And same thing with enemies that are immune to melee and stuff. Like, I wish there was some way visually to just save me some time, because I don't know how to keep track. Well, this didn't go really to plan. I guess I'll just get some loot boxes. There's 3 enemies left, but one of them got mind controlled, so that helps. Can certainly get into some amount of cover. Actually, this is decent. Mark, and you're kind of around the corner. What could I do? I have one command. This guy is so strong, he's also immune to acid. Okay, here's a play. Get him adjacent to the trooper. Say, kill that trooper. I saved him one blue move, so he should be able to kill with an action and then move with his movements. I can even use Stormfang, the adjacent only one, for crazy damage.
Target neutralized.
It gave. I thought you were only supposed to get one Windcaller's Fury per turn, but hey,
On the move.
I didn't get this loot box, so hey, if I get more moves, I'll take them.
Defense locator is down and our transponder is active.
I'll even get some loot. Why not?
Handle the pickup.
Greed Ankylo strikes again. It's garbage. Greed Ankylo is retiring. No, I forgot about that one back there. There's too many crates.
Advent just airlifted out there.
I probably could have got that one, but whatever.
If we want to get the rest.
Too many enemies all at the same time. Not great for me. At least the acid status effect worked on him, even though he's immune to the grenade. It's kind of weird. Eviscerate. Oh no! You killed my my minion. I didn't know he was there. Where the heck was he? Was he active? Man, I did not keep track of that enemy. If I don't know if I ever even saw that guy. Well, I guess we're lucky we didn't take much damage. That was the my unit with 1,000,000 armor, so that works out. But, geez, yeah, he snuck up on me good. Good job. That's like as sneaky as I've seen these. Vanguard. Okay, they're the ones with like shotgun tricks. They're definitely like an assault. It doesn't work on people with Shadow Step. So it doesn't really matter. He does have a lot of health. Not for long. Just run right by him, kill him. And like a lot of the build, surprisingly for my Black Ranger, this is the Blade Dancer, I think it is.
Target eliminated.
Unfortunately, a lot of the picks I gave them are like, they apply poison and acid and damage over time. Never does anything. It's all just about getting those kills, right? So even my build isn't really very optimized.
On the move.
Let's just null lance this punk. He doesn't like getting psychicked, if I remember. He's immune to grenades, but weak to psychics, so it did a little bit extra, not much.
Heading out.
This is the last enemy. Yeah, we're good.
Possible intel located. Hostile terminated.
All right, all things considered, a fine little mission.
I need evac here.
Get to show off the power range a little bit.
I'm on it.
I do have to mark some more crates, of course, but I think that's pretty much moot. Yeah, my mistake, if you want to think about it, was I forgot there was crates behind our lines and didn't save a action for them. Well, and I was a little bit preoccupied by dealing with all these punk mutons. I do love like the acid carnage like this. It's pretty sweet. Can you not... Can my shield guy not actually mark crates? No, he did this one, didn't he? Pretty sure. The phasing through wall stuff, definitely one of my favorite abilities. Love that stuff. Yeah, the Ranger's good. Definitely could use a bit more movement, but Rangers have been strong the whole game. Goodbye, Black Ranger. Yeah, I don't know actually quotes from Power Rangers at all, but he is very zoomy. Oh, right, he zoomed off the edge of the map again, right? Yeah, that's what that was. 2 crates left, 1, and we already marked it. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're done. Yeah, I mean, the sword guy is getting some value. It took them, you know, like 100 hours, but hey, they're finally zooming around, killing stuff. Still activating pods and getting the group in. Like, I still think probably if you were playing optimally and carefully, you still would not bring sword units, or at least not like sword primaries. Units that have a backup sword, totally fine. Just if that's all they've got, you're just gonna. Even this late in the game, there's still better choices. Even though swords are very strong, it's just so is everything else. And everything else doesn't have to run up there and get counterattacked, or have an enemy immune to swords, or activate 5 pods, or all the usual things. I think the way this mod pack works now, I actually think it'd be better if there was more enemies that were actually weak to swords. Like, maybe swords should ignore dodge or extra damage to something besides sectoids. I don't know. I feel like there's more enemies immune to swords, like explode on contact, or fly cannot be hit, or counterattack. Like, I think there's actually more enemies that counter swords than are weak to swords. And that doesn't even factor in the natural weakness of having a range 1 attack.
This is Firebrand. It's time to go.
I should keep an eye open for corpses. There's not too many corpses left that matter, but, you know, if we find
Firebrand is returning to
Requiem, we should bring them back if we can. Although Requiem units are not always compatible. They don't seem to always work with the troops, the corpse mod. Other than that, there's not too many things I need. There is a couple, though. Cryo Rocketeers, if we ever see them, for sure. Sorcerers, Advent Sorcerers, we need to. I didn't really update my list. But there's a few things that would be great if we could get a few. Then again, I'm pretty close to just being like random missions over, time for just the final run, but we'll see.
All weapon fire and wounds were simulated to better train Advent forces.
What I'm doing, I would say actually the main thing I'm doing right now is gathering intel for my awesome tier list, which is coming up once I finish all the big missions. I've got all the classes represented. There's actually like 99. If you had the Crasher class, that I think is from Gatecrasher only, I think that's what we learned. There's actually exactly 100 classes in my pack right now, which is actually pretty cool. Still too many, but exactly 100. Not counting robots, but... Alright, so Psyops levels... 5 days for... What happened to this guy? How did he get hit? I can't even remember how he got hit. The Bio Assault Trooper got shot by the Sneaky Trooper. My Sword guy... I can't remember, but obviously took a little bit... His damage didn't break his ablative, though, so he's good. And, you know, he gets some loot. It's not bad, it's just... If you're going to have 100 units in your roster, this is... You need, like, double this, probably, to keep up, at least. Or, install console commands and cheat. Not that I'm doing this right now, but the codes for these are simple enough. It's, Illyrium Dust for Illyrium Crystals, oddly enough, is the name. Supplies gives you supplies, and alien alloy gives you alien alloys. And if those are very easy to install and get going if you want to cheat. And then if you're bringing tons and tons of soldiers, at least you can gear them up. Although I wouldn't recommend doing that until you've basically got to the end of the game. Otherwise, you get it too early. Getting it at the end isn't too bad, though. Soul Mania, rarely useful, but neat when it works. Psychic Bladestorm that can never miss. Yeah, pretty strong. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to finish this round of missions, and this is probably the last round of, like, random missions. I might let some time speed by, but I don't think I'm going to be doing a lot of these just random ones anymore. We've got a bunch of big ones, and that's kind of what I want to focus my efforts and energies on. Although I'm trying to show off some of the squads that need a little bit of work. Frostweave. I think this is one of the better vests from what I was reading, because it does give you immunity to frost and fire, which is pretty common. And a decent amount of ablative HP. The freezing enemy melee attackers, you know, whatever. But 2 status immunities is good. Next up is support launchers for the mechs, as well as smart scanner. Oh, that's a bad one. It's like I shouldn't have even researched that. I've already got the Mark II version. The Mark I version is worse than the one I've already got. Skipped it. We sequence broke. Well, I guess we'll do this mission. Okay, we'll do the timer again, alright? I'm trying to keep track of what's going on with these missions, my mods. This is still a normal-sized map, relatively easy. We're sending out one of our squads. This is, the Advent squad, that's cool. Get to see the new Pathfinders, and, Destroyer and the Tooth Pathfinders are new, technically, I think. So, we'll show those off. But the enemies do get some bonus reps. That makes it a little bit more difficult. Alright, let me get my clock up. Alright, I'm going to click it at exactly 3:14 my time. 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Exactly. Alright. So 3:14. Who's betting how long it takes for this mission to load? And we get a lot of time to chat. But you let me know if you're playing XCOM 2 with mods, how long these mission timers are taking you. Because something seems wrong here. And I've got this game installed on like an SSD. It's not on an old magnetic spin drive or anything, like would be silly at this point in time. In fact, it's like a very high quality NVMe SSD. It's like definitely not a slow hard drive by any means. So it's not like loading time on the file system is the problem. So where is this 3, 4, 5 minute load coming from? That is 1 minute. I'm not like tabbing around or trying to sabotage it or anything, just quietly waiting. I need like an alert on screen to be warning. Blue is loading another mission. It takes forever. This is not a dead stream, just a game that takes 5 minutes to load a mission. I mean, it's actually, I feel like, I don't know, I'm probably a little bit neurodivergent, or a lot, whatever, but I have a hard time figuring out or imagining what makes viewers click on links or stay on streams. Like, not just me, just people in general. Like, I don't even know how because I don't really watch streamers very much, occasionally, but not usually. So it's hard for me to, like, mentally prepare like what kind of content would work for this kind of stuff. But surely a black screen with a spinning logo for, well, we're up to 2.5 minutes already. That can't be great for random pop-ins. They're like, oh yeah, let's go watch XCOM. Oh, it's just a black screen, never mind, on to the next show. Like, I feel like the general trend I've heard is like shorter content and people liking jump cuts and, you know, all the stuff I kind of dislike, but long, slow campaigns, maybe not the best match for typical audiences. We're getting close to 3 minutes. Oh, it blinked. Okay, this screen showed up at 2 minutes 50 seconds of loading time. And then I can click this at almost exactly 3 minutes of loading time. But I'm going to include all this stuff as well, because I still can't play the game until all this animation finishes. Okay, that was a little under 3.5 minutes. So not as bad as the one before it. I think the last one was 4.5 minutes. This was 3.5 minutes, which is an improvement of a 25%. Okay, well, let's get this mission going then. So they're all Advent. We're not taking like the Frost or Bio Advent, but like all the normal type. Shield Bearers, Wraith, Raptor, Officer, Assaults. Assault is like the shotgun. Pathfinder, Pathfinder Hunter, Destroyer Commando. I think Destroyer Commando is the new one that we haven't seen yet, and it's the skirmisher style. So, like Ripjacks and stuff. So, in this unit, the Pathfinder, regular Pathfinder, is my best pick at a scout unit. Although I don't think they can do very much while they're stealthed. They do have some command abilities, like giving actions out, but not very often. It might make a pretty good officer, like, you know, officer tree officer. But it's too late for that. Training them up now would take months. So let's just get to it. Straight down the road. Into a drone. And yeah, I like that small detection size. These Pathfinders are pretty good for that. This really is just a straight run in here. Just 14 enemies is not a small map. Could hop up here. Let's just stick to the double cover for the moment. Yeah, figures. Maybe I should have popped the larger vision radius. That would have been good. Should have done that. So then we've got the assault trooper, right? Yeah, shotgun, but also weird grenades. And when I respect everybody, because all the mods updated at some point, I no longer had access to the control grenade. It is gone. But I got a bunch of other ones, so we can still make some cool grenades. Let's build a, I got an alloy, a plasma. I'm gonna build a radiation. That sounds cool. And we know there's like a group that way. I hope this doesn't get activated, but I gotta get close enough to throw some grenades next turn. Yeah, we're good. I didn't have much space, but I did alright. What do we got? Next up, this is the officer. They are pretty good on overwatches. Yeah, my room here is tight. If the drone comes straight at us or the other patrol, then we're losing our spot. Raptor, this is the sniper that can fly around. Just a little bit of psychic. This is our, what do they call them? Wraith. This is the Templar with massive damage. I think with an Amplify, someone else could put like a plus 50% damage hit. I think this guy could probably do nearly 60 damage in a single hit. I haven't done like all the math, but I think we could get over 50 for sure. Which just sounds insane. This is the Shield Bearer, right? Maybe they'll be like sort of flanking. And then finally, almost finally, Destroyer Commando, yeah, Skirmisher. And now finally the Hunter. This is somewhere between a sniper and a scout sniper. And yeah, still good at scouting. Alright, they're coming right at us. We'll probably activate. They didn't move very far. Okay. Good, that means I can start nading them. Finally get a nice open. Unless these drones ruin it. Freaking Freaking drones. Alright, thank you, drone, for not flying right at me. Alright, cool. We get to do this. We get to do the thing. I could do a lead the target open. Of course, it's called Prey Upon Thee. But I don't think I'm quite that patient. I think we just kill them all. Earlier in the game, that lead the target open from the sniper with a big overwatch was just the best. But our active abilities are so strong these days that I think we can do better. So let's build... I built a radiation grenade. Let's build a laser grenade because they're really good against armor and stuff. And then I also have a bio-blaster bomb. Custodian Master Exalt. Like this is a very strong couple units. I think I want to hit them with a radiation, but I want to check what they're immune to. Poison, electricity, acid. Okay. So I have a laser grenade, radiation, and plasma. You know, plasma is really good at shredding their armor. They're immune to acid, so like the bio-blaster bomb won't really work. That's okay. Alright, let's open with the radiation grenade then. I don't know if I've ever shown you this radiation grenade, but it's about dang time. Not a lot of damage, but they're all irradiated. Just a lot of drones on this map, wow. Not like that's a problem. Like, I think it might be because they got double custodians, which are like really expensive, powerful units. Yeah, they didn't even move. So if you look at them now, they got radiated, and it does different things, but movement -6 is pretty brutal. This guy got nothing. Sealed armor. Frost, fire, acid, poison. Okay, I don't know why he is immune. This is kind of the problem. It's just like RPG, right? Like, if bosses, the really powerful enemies, if they are immune to most status effects, then why would you use status effects? Did the drones not even get irradiated? Robots can get irradiated in real life. So all of that radiation grenade hit one enemy with a status. Maybe the gunner, because I couldn't see him. Yeah, the gunner and one of the custodians. That's pretty bad. It's unfortunate. Well, let's try to get some work done. Plasma grenades are pretty good at destroying cover and armor. Shreds. Depends on the class. I don't think we've got, like, Sapper and Demolitionist and stuff, but... Armor's going away. And I've got one more grenade. I guess we'll do a laser. I was hoping we'd destroy one of these little barricades so we could hit the drone there, but... Oh well. Triple grenade open. It honestly wasn't that impressive of all the things we could have done. Alright, how do I do this? Big hit? Yeah. This is the biggest hit we've got. It was acceptable. Would have been better if I had the focus built up, but no time for that. And I could command him to do it again, maybe. Let's see. We've got... Okay, yeah, Skirmisher can do a lot of stuff, too. I haven't... Well, not Skirmisher, but, you know, Destroyer Commando. I haven't used this guy before. This is the first time. But I think he works very much like skirmishers, you know. So we just could fly around killing everything. Oh, right, great. He just gets a free shot. Nice. Forgot about that. One down, but does that mean this guy gets a, Oh, here you go. Rip and tear. That's what I really wanted to show off. We go full doom. 3 melee attacks. You can't... What, 73%? Why? Oh, does it have, like, the... It doesn't have any penalties. Why is this so bad? I don't know. I guess it's just hard to hit him? 73 it is. I guess he's got, like, tactical sense and stuff. Alright. Super. Now, I could try a Pierce the Veil. That resets the other cooldowns. I thought the idea with Pierce the Veil was that it worked, like, after you shot, it helped everybody else too. But I really haven't used it. Aim, damage, armor piercing to organic targets with your primary weapon. I think you just have to shoot to give the hunter's mark, though. Yeah, I'm not sure if you get flanking aim on these guys though, because they can't be flanked normally. Whatever. I'm gonna try Pierce the Veil. It's probably not that smart, but set everything on cooldown. It does give you to 100% and plus 2 damage, so it's not that bad. $13 damage plus a rupture. Okay. And then if we do... Ruptures are really good for rips and tears, yeah. If we could just have more than 73% accuracy on that, I'd be laughing. Well, that's fine. We can mark. We have an officer. I should have done this from the beginning, but forgot. I didn't think he'd actually be able to see from there. I thought he was going to kill a drone. But mark the target is great. Alright, now we can do it at 83. Is there anything else? Got really high hopes for Pierce the Veil. Do you have... Yeah, you've got Super Smoke. Okay, we could, if we're very careful... This is like way overkill, but if I can... somehow get the smoke grenade on my friend, but not my enemy... which, as you can see, is perhaps not very likely. Just gotta have faith. One day we'll find the pixel. There you go, look at that. Perfect smoke. Okay, that should be another, like, 20 aim or something. Rip and tear? 100%? Small graze chance, but we definitely got way better than 73. And that's 20 from drugs. Always take drugs. 10 for marked. Yeah. Alright, do it. Alright, 3 damage. Great start. So much for 10 damage times 3. I mean, I didn't... What is this? Instead of 11 damage 3 times, we managed to do 3 damage twice and 8 damage once. I guess, like, some units, some of my sword units have, like, sword abilities that make them ignore armor. And I kind of just get used to having stuff like that. But man, that was... The only thing is I could do it twice. Somehow. So I have 6 attacks. Not counting the Wrath to get over here. So, okay, they don't need to be very big damage each if you get 6 of them. Maybe that's worth it. It's kind of silly, but yeah. Okay. We got a drone. Kill it, please. Yeah, 93%. This is why I never trusted under 100, right? I mean, I wasn't too worried about the drones. It's just annoying. We actually weren't able to kill them all. There are 4 enemies left. We should be able to move up. Maybe. This is probably a bit too far. Should have been a bit more careful. But we do have, like, minus detection range. So, yeah, we're good. We're good. I think I'll save my stun mine for next turn. Oh, I could have combat... I could still combat presence. Can you see the enemy? There's one last drone, but it's maybe going to be hard to see. Yeah, you can see it. Alright. I would prefer not to have the drone stun someone. So let's basically use a command. Take an extra shot. Oh, it's not even a kill. Again, the damage should be what are these? Anti-violet? I mean, it needs to roll up a bit, but 11 damage should be a kill. That's not that unlikely. Actually, of course, we roll the minimum. Why would I be surprised? Alright, whatever. Drone's gonna stun someone. These guys aren't even in yellow alert. Probably stun mine them next turn. That should feel good. Ooh, Overwatch. Nice. I didn't think that would hit, but or trigger, right? Because line of sight is such a jerk. But another drone. There's so many drones. See on my smoke. Okay, we can prey upon with sniping range. This is our Pathfinder Hunter. We're not even in the high ground or anything, but oh yeah, getting that Frost Purifier would be great. I'm not sure how these combo together. I think the stun mine is worth it here, but it might stop the held action shots, depending on how that all works. Obviously, shoot and get a free Overwatch is a pretty good deal. Yeah, I'll put Mark for Death on the Shield Bearer. I don't want to activate him this turn, so having all those free shots next turn could be pretty good. I feel like we're set up pretty well for this fight. We get the jump on them. This is the last group. This mission has gone much better than the last couple. For sure. We can do a little bit of flexing here too. Put them shield on. I mean, I could have moved over and got it. A skirmisher. You just move up. Don't need to overwatch this turn. we probably aren't going to get any. They're still going to get stunned. Could make another grenade. Probably don't need more grenades. This guy does have the auto hit Overwatch, so it is a good Overwatch to have, even though it's a shotgun. Alright, they all get stunned? Question mark? Oh, that was pretty sweet. Stunned, and we got the lead the target. That was awesome. Yeah, it glitched out. It looked like one of them ran away, but they actually just got blown up. That was sweet. So cool. I love it when those kind of Overwatch traps work. It's so much fun. Oh, there's some glitchies on what tile they're in. Look, I'm just going to take the double kill here. There's not a lot of enemies left to worry about. And we're fully charged now, even more murderous. Yeah, the only downside with these Wraith Commandos, only one attack per turn. Like, there's not really a lot of ways to combo extra attacks. Some of the best units can attack like 5 units at a turn, but it doesn't really matter if you just kill anything in one small AoE in one hit, you know. I mean, he almost didn't quite kill a shield bearer, but... Oh, that's right, I had the multi-shot. I didn't even need it. The one of my snipers could have shot him twice. Hey there, Clara. It is going well, thank you. Just kind of victory looping late game here, just showing stuff off before we wrap it up. Got my Advent squad going here, which is, I think, one of the more powerful ones. I think the Advent classes are just generally a bit stronger than non-Advent. Can I get the one Rocketeer with 1 HP? He's actually not in that tile. He's somewhere over here. Some weird glitch. If we go Smart Scanner, that should get a bit of mobility. Cheating. I can also fire up to go even faster. I can side pull him. Oh, thanks. I mean, this is the late game. We are super overpowered, but some missions go well. I wonder if I can charge all the way up there. This campaign has been going on for a very long time. We are at stream 30, late 30s, maybe 40. So this has been a very long campaign. It is Long War, so it goes on for a long time. But yeah, we're very close to the end, I think. All I really have left is showcase stuff. There we go. Charge for 1 action, that's what I wanted. Can't one-shot him, but even that isn't a one-shot, dang. I guess I was thinking the icon looks like flesh, and flesh does extra damage the further you run, but... This is kind of a new unit. I haven't really used the Destroyer Commando until this mission, literally. And, oh, there was another... Oh, gee, I didn't even think there was another group. How did they not get activated? I was not keeping... Okay, I was thinking in my head I was counting the turrets as the last of it, but yeah, they didn't count. I'm really surprised those guys didn't activate. Let me slow it down a second here. Would be nice to pull something like that. Okay, because there's another group, let's not be dumb. If I can pull a concealing shot off, seeing as I left someone at 1 HP, 74%. This guy's aim is pretty bad. I think it's still worth a shot. I'll even go for the scan first. If I get this kill, we get reconcealed. Which is nice. I thought Maybe it's just damage on the scan. Oh, it's because he wasn't flanked. It looked like he was flanked, but he was technically in this square. Yeah, okay. Anyway, we killed him. Right, so I don't want to activate this group somehow. Somehow we avoided it. We definitely don't want to do that now. So let's kill a turret. It'd be nice to kill the other turret too, but it's going to be tricky. Nah, it's not that tricky. Just shoot it. Yeah, it's definitely dead. We got a crit here. How do we have a 100% crit chance, though? That's anti-psychic bullets, not anti-turret bullets. We're just that good. We're just built we're built different. We can just get 100% crit. I don't stream daily, no. My stream schedule's a bit all over the place. Life is too hectic. I wish I could. It'd be cool, but I have a hard time scheduling, really. Okay, they moved towards us. I'm just glad they didn't activate on our turn. And we even got a cheeky 0% hit in. It wasn't really 0. It was actually guaranteed, but... Display. Why is this weapon so good? What is this? Pathfinder rifle. Where is all this crit chance? Dead. Oh, it's because they can't see him. Okay, this is ability that I hadn't really thought of much. Dead of the Night, something the bounty hunters usually get, but the bounty hunters don't have full sniper rifles. They have vector rifles, so you know, they've got squad sight, but it's not crazy good. But this is not a bounty hunter. This is a Pathfinder hunter with a basically sniper rifle. The aim is insane. Well over 100% by far. No graze band. And then the crit rate also over 100%. I mean, this is through full cover, and we still have 93%, 55 crit. I mean, I'll take it. It's just silly, but... Of course we miss a 93. I mean, it's what I get. That's what I get. Freaking game. Alright, alright. Why you gotta be like that? Surely we can hit the 60 after missing the 93. You can certainly ask, Clara. Alright, that's dead. There was it a Muton or something back there? We gotta get some vision on it. Let's do some flanky business up here. I said I don't mind you people asking questions. I just don't worry if... Oh, come on, Overwatch? Of course. Depends what you're asking. Okay, so it's one of these guys that doesn't like cover. Muton Devastator. Custom design for your channel. Nah, not really. I've had some people, you know... I have had some artwork, like, if I can show it off, probably. I have a pretty nice channel background I've been using. Had a friend draw that out for me. It's pretty cool. But it's kind of... Oh, what did I do? I didn't mean to be tabbed out and then Wrath the Devastator. At least he didn't seem to... Okay, sorry for your ears. That was a really loud sound effect. I guess he's got an auto counter. You design content? It's cool. Yeah, it's a, you know, pretty chill streams these days. I'm really not into shopping mode though. Sorry. This streaming stuff doesn't really make me money, so I'm not really paying for other people to make content for a channel that is pretty small. It would be a losing game. Let me see here. Muton Devastator sucks. What can I do about this guy? Maybe... He's pretty good against melee because he's going to lightning zap us every time. I do need to kill that mech as well. I went from very confident about this fight to, like, not confident at all. I forgot how strong Devastators were. Well, let's try to get that mech at least. I mean, I've got some smoke grenades, but they're not going to do much here. Alright, one enemy left. He's probably not going to kill anybody on his own. We could... What do I need? 20 damage without melee reflection, basically. I mean, I can do Rip and Tear. I think he only gets one counter, and if I kill him, he probably won't get any. The damage on this is a bit sketch, though. It's 3 attacks, but last time we grazed 2 of them. And it has to hit through armor, so... I should have grenaded for... If I'd known where he was, I mean, I had to get vision. I didn't mean to... Yeah, the problem was that if I'd stayed up here with vision, I could have grenaded him safely. I didn't actually mean to do that move. Okay, this'll work. Just gotta be real careful with the targeting here, but Bioblaster Bomb has 0 scatter, safe. He might be immune to acid. I didn't check. But I just want the shred more than anything. Yeah, all armor gone. That's nice. Alright. He does seem to be immune to acid, of course, so... Try... It's gonna be hard to hit him with much else that doesn't hit my teammates. Power up doesn't say it's turn ending, but I also can't blue move attack. Maybe we go Rip and Tear. 100%? How did we get from 70 to 100 this time? Weird. Not that I'm going to complain, but that should do it. Oh, that's lame. He gets to counter every hit. Usually they don't work like that. It didn't matter because we killed him in 2, but usually the multi-attacks, they only get 1 counter at the end. It's kind of the point. Anyway, that worked out okay. Alrighty. Well... That's it. I guess I should have called evac already. Should have done this last turn or even earlier.
This is Firebrand. Evac request confirmed. Hold tight.
135. We got a good hacker. Not like it really matters. Ooh, the good one. Well, we'll definitely go for the permanent hack increase. That's pretty rare, and we get it. Nice. Always love that permanent stat upgrade. Now, these guys, was it a Pathfinder or whatever? They, I don't think they get a gremlin, so they can't hack robot like enemies or anything. So, getting hack stats up doesn't really matter. It's only really good if you can steal like sectopods and stuff. So you want it on like specialists and roboticists, hijackers. Alright, quick little mission. I think this gets us another UFO, actually. Fun. Misclicks. At this point, just trying to get out, just trying to go home. I still disagree. I guess I should have remembered the enemies are supposed to have sealed armor, which gives them protection from most statuses. That's why like radiation and acid aren't really working. It's not just the unit, it's the sit rep that gives them protection. But yeah, this is another one of those times where I really think the evac requirement on these is not helping. I wish XCom 2 as a whole didn't rely on timers and very difficult mission, yeah, right? It's just like, well, it's like at the beginning of the mission I was talking about how it slows down. Like, it's not all the game's fault, some of it's the mods, but when it takes 3 or 4 minutes to load a map, and then there's all these unskippable animations and cutscenes, and you spend a couple turns trying to get contact, and you fight the enemy, you got some tense moments, which is good, that's what you want to do, and then you've won, and then you just get like 2 or 3 more turns of waiting and moving to group up and leave. Like, time wasting. That's kind of my theme for today. I'm struggling with mechanics that waste my time.
United in the elders' love for us, we shall prevail, no matter the cost.
Alright, well. Done.
Not a single casualty reported, Commander.
Better not be at this point, Tigan. Small injury, that was just the reflection damage, I think. Whatever. Yeah. I mean, honestly, speed mobility, speed PCSs are great. But not really looking at loot much. Actually, the superior perception is good too. The PCSs were good. There's good drops on that one. Alright, so, like I said earlier, I'm not going to be doing too many more of these missions. But I will finish this wave. So we've got 2 UFOs and a smash and grab, and I think that'll be it for just random missions. I might still let some time go by to try to finish some projects, but at some point this is just taking too long.
Course for Sector 12, East Africa.
At least, like, I wish, in hindsight, I definitely should have got these squads set up earlier, because it saves a good chunk of time, but I don't think we've used 6 yet. You know, being able to just click these guys and have them remember their gear is great. Except for, like, when they don't remember their gear. But this time, everyone's geared up. And assuming I made the squads somewhat balanced, they're good to go. I don't need to think about it. It's like, once you get them ready, this is way better for, like, gameplay loop. But if you kept track of how much time I spent during this campaign, you know, gearing soldiers out, it's probably 30 hours of just prepping. Alright, UFO, or smash and grab, and then a couple UFOs. At least we're doing missions. Like, there's been streams where I barely did any missions because we're just swamped preparing for missions. So, this is still better, for sure. But I never felt like I could get the squad set up early on, because, like, I don't know how to, like, I want my squads balanced, and I generally wanted them, like, built a certain way, you know, snipers, stealth units, one sniper, one stealth unit, someone who can hack with a gremlin, maybe some power, like ranger cannon, you know, big damage, maybe some grenades. Kind of like a well-balanced squad, usually. Not too many swords, not too many shotguns. And I always thought, like, if I started separating the squads, or the roster into smaller squads, once they get injured or officer training, psychic training, you know, all the things, like, I was always going to be switching them out back and forth anyway. So how could I pick an 8-man squad that can reliably go on missions when pretty much every mission someone is off, you know? Now, with so many soldiers, I probably could have done it. It would not have really mattered. but in my head I didn't realize how easy it would be. And it wasn't like easy, but it was easier than I was thinking. Still in the 3 to 4 minute realm here, I think. Wonder what I should just... I need to pick the next game. I feel like my motivation for this XCOM is dying fast here today. Maybe I'll feel better tomorrow or something, but I got to figure out something else to do. Maybe I'll just do like another Final Fantasy randomizer. See if that brings out some more people. It's been a while. Maybe I'll just enjoy it more. Gotta make sure my gamepad works, though. That's the question. That's the real question. Yeah, I kind of think the XCOM 2 phase on this channel has kind of passed. There was some times when I started the Long War campaign, it's been like a month now, or a month and a half, 2 months. We were getting like, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 viewers-ish. You know, peaks and valleys depending on the time of day and all that, but pretty regular. Over time's definitely dropped. Seems like maybe I'm not the only one that's getting a bit bored of this game. I don't even know if it's that. It's not even that I'm bored. It just takes too long. I feel like it's too slow. My big project is like too big, too ambitious. I want to do like one big mission, one big final mission for every squad to show off all the classes and then do a tier list. But like that's gonna take a lot of time. Maybe I still want to do it, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, this mission ready to go. Smash and grab. We have. We do get a stealth unit, right? I mean, unless they were injured or something, I should always have one phantom unit on each squad. This is, I can't remember the squad name, of course, but one of the normal ones. I wouldn't say this is an incredibly strong group, so maybe it's one of the lower tier ones, but Pyromaniacs, Assaults, Buccaneers, Titans, Witches, Sparks, Destroyer, and a Recon. Yeah, it'll still do the job. So, yeah, smash and grab usually means, you know, revealed. And I always mix it up. One unit is stealthed, but nobody else is. So, it's very likely that I'll activate if I'm not careful here. Let's just get a good look inside this warehouse. Now we can see the warehouse already. Let's get on the roof.
Moving to position.
Okay, we might have some space to get set up. No guarantee.
Rolling out.
Yeah, we've got the Spark. We've got a, this is the Witch. I will spend one turn to channel, which sucks because she can't move, but she really needs some focus to do much. And if I run her out, she's not going to be all that effective. Oh, some tracking spotting through the wall there. That's good. Didn't expect to find them before they found us, so that's nice. I definitely don't want to accidentally reveal here, but I think this is safe. Oh good, immolators, my favorite. You don't even need cover. You just get as close as you can. So my witch is out of position for this fight. That's the trouble of staying behind for a turn to charge up. And they did walk right at us, I think. Yeah. But at least it was on their turn, not ours, so could have been worse.
They got me flanked!
Great.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Yeah, no wonder. So glad you got a free opportunity attack or Overwatch. Miss. You got my hopes up for just a second there, Buccaneer. That's none shall pass, I think. She doesn't have focus. Focus is what she needs to not. Yeah, because these would do a tremendous amount of damage with the sawed off if she hit, but gotta hit. Now the good news is she's up close here, and she should be able to tear these guys apart. Buccaneer style. Let's do it. I know melee units I'm always complaining about, but there are situations where sword people are incredibly powerful. And some builds like this one are just built different. We'll go over this guy because he's further away. So that's 3 kills. And if I positioned her a little differently, I have Whip It, which lets me do a shotgun for free as well. So, you know, I could have actually killed all 4 of them with 1 unit. As ridiculous as that is. That's how good Buccaneers can be if you don't have to worry about activating another group.
Whatever you say.
And I mean, sure, anyone can kill these guys, but...
You know that was good.
That's that turbulent shotgun. It does do crazy damage if you can hit. Alright, that felt pretty good. Good open.
I have eyes on the enemy.
Open number 2. So that's not the whole pod. He must have some people linked somewhere inside.
I'm on the move.
We got all these rockets just waiting to get launched. Oh, we actually could hit them. I sneakily found, due to like a texture glitch or something, that there are some mechs behind that wall. Probably shouldn't know that. Yeah, we can't sneak a rocket all the way over there. Let's, there is a way possibly to get right to this door without activating and then open it next turn. But it's very reliant on windows and line of sight, so this might not work.
Twice.
But if it does work,
Moving.
then we're laughing.
Seems doable.
This is my spark. Ooh, we even have micro missiles now. Ooh. Those are from this shoulder launcher.
Relatively agile. Guard duty it is.
Alright, yeah. Which is which? Hey, David. It's all good, David. It's not like I put up very good notices for these. It's like, I'm going to stream in an hour. Be there or be square. And everyone's square.
Moving to Overwatch.
Immolator mode. Immolator man. Just get closer, I guess.
Seems doable.
Pretty sure these groups will probably yellow alerts. We did kill a bunch of enemies not very far away. Custom jokes for streamers? Yeah, it's better than... Okay, I don't know. I don't want to be super disrespectful on people, but I'm kind of 50-50 on whether that was a bot or just someone who's basically just visiting streamers to make money. I don't know. Everyone's got to make a buck, but yeah. That was a weird activation. I don't know how that worked. We did get like somehow we had a flamethrower overwatch. I couldn't even see it. Maybe through the window, I guess. And it did hit. So he's on fire. But then the robots or the mechs were so far away that they didn't like. And he also would have scampered. He was right here and like scampered all the way down. It's weird. I don't know. That's one very, very unusual opening. But there are 2 mechs. I thought. Well, I'm confused again. Anyway, let's just do some killing, I guess. Here I go killing again. Oh, I forgot. We drop for the witch these little purple things. They give her free focus. We should get a scourge from here. I mean, he's on fire, but 20 damage. It's pretty strong. And the Squatchy meal on Twitch has arrived as well. Very nice. Yeah, I think I don't know if you guys have seen it. There's a new game coming out, loosely based on XCom. I think Christopher Odd, common popular Let's Player, did a lot of XCOM for ages and ages and ages. I think he had a hand in development, from what I heard. I can't remember the name of it. One of those newer games I'm not tracking, but I know they took like another spin on how scamper mechanics work. From what the videos I watched, it looks like they've changed a bit of, how to handle unfairness with aliens getting free scampers and stuff. I think like you get some too or something, right? Or something. I guess we could holo target this guy. A little bit of bonus damage wouldn't hurt. I still think I might want to just use a rocket. The problem is there's all these loot boxes. But if I rocket, I might be able to find the other... I do have a Hellfire rocket. Let's fire an Illyrium rocket that'll blow up in the wall. I'm going to try to avoid the loot. Transport Tycoon, interesting. Yeah, I haven't... Not sure I ever played that one. I used to play, obviously, lots of old, like, Railroad Tycoons and all the old Tycoons, but logistics... So my preference for those kinds of games isn't really logistics. It's the... I like economy builders. Like Factorio. I mean, Factorio gets a ton of logistics too, but what I really like is getting like the economy scaling and automation. I don't really enjoy like scheduling train routes all that much, although it's fun for a bit. But yeah, my preference is more like somewhere along, like Victoria, like the Victoria games, Victoria 2 and 3. They scratch the itch pretty well of like building up an economy of a country or something. I generally prefer it with like sci-fi and space if I have my choice. I don't know if I can do the rocket I want. Oh, that's pretty good.
Won't even know what hit him.
Yeah, well, it can be. Like, I sometimes get into the mood. Like, I got a pretty varied taste. So there can be times where I'm like, ooh, today I'm going to do trains. And I'm going to do all that logistics stuff. It's just, I generally prefer more, getting rich. I don't know what to call it. If I'm going to do that kind of game. Should I just go punch him? It's never gone bad before in the history of the game, right? You just go punch things. This is probably a bad move, but I'm just having some fun. Didn't get a crit, but... I thought there was another mech, but it does seem like there's only one active. So, alright. I still might have a hard time killing him. Here we go. We can just use one of our bio blasters. These things are crazy good. So this is like, there's bio and cryo versions of these. I think they hit the heavy weapon slot. They're not a rocket launcher or an item. They're a, you know, heavy slot for like the special armors and stuff. But they work like bio grenade launchers, beam launchers, whatever they're called. So you can kind of angle them however you want. Super accurate and just good. I like these guys. You get like 2 or 3 per mission.
I found another advent mark. If I were human, I'd already be dead by now.
Somehow, I hit my mech, destroyed the wall, and activated another pod. So that was a pretty mega fail. I knew running them out would be a problem. Just always happens that way. Right, sparks. They're strong. They probably aren't going to just instantly die, right?
I'm on it.
Double time.
Suddenly, I'm not liking my squad very much.
Handle that.
Right, and you can't command sparks. Sparks are maybe the worst. They're not really the worst, but mechs you can command, like everybody else you can command, and that's a nice way. You also can't heal sparks. Not the normal way, anyway. They get a couple immunities, but I don't think it's worth it.
Come get some.
I should have used a scan. That would have been the way to play that, I think. See if I can get like an Overwatch or something at least. Right, this is the shotgun that has negative aim. Oh yeah, this is where it really shows off how fun it is. You got lightning reflexes. We could try. Ugh. No, it's not. At least they waste their Overwatch.
Shutdown imminent.
Alright, they get a crit. Of course.
I suppose this body is
They get 9 damage. Yeah, well, I wasn't expecting much for the Overwatch.
Is this what pain is?
And they get another crit. Of course they do. I was just talking about how awesome that bio blaster bomb thing was. I wonder if there was like a gas can or something in there that I didn't see that was explosive. Because the bio thing shouldn't have hit my spark, but man, they just got wrecked. That sucked. Better do a repair. There's no way here. Maybe I should just run away, but... Fix the armor. I mean, that was probably worth it. Yeah. Alright, we can still get some shots in if we want. The sparks are strong, don't get me wrong. But, this is a real bad activation.
All of the plates there, is it?
Sure, we nearly killed 2 mechs and healed himself. I can't argue about that. He's doing just fine. There are still 4 enemies, you know, in this building, probably. I can Ionic Storm now. This is the problem with the witch. Like, what am I supposed to do with her? She's just dead weight most of the time, you know? Slowly charging up her summon. We can... This is LMG, but we can still spray with action. It's lowered accuracy, but apparently that's no big deal anymore. Laser LMG is great with the extra aim. Because usually you can't move and shoot an LMG, but we don't mind. Okay, mech's dealt with. Now there's just one punk trooper back there. Just cheating again. This is definitely one of my weaker squads right now. Unfortunately, on these smash and grabs too, it's not a very good mission for rockets, because you lose the rewards if you blow stuff up if you're not really careful. Early game it doesn't matter, but at this point it's pretty easy to destroy everything. Yeah, he's in a really good spot. Well, well, I don't think he can kill the mech in one shot. He did like 9 damage last turn, but I guess he could crit. Thing is, like, if I try to run back there, we're almost certainly just going to find another group. He's really hard to get with, like, a flamethrower, for sure. Dang. I mean, I can take a shot from up here, but it's not going to be very good. I guess we see what it is, but I would not get my hopes up for this being more than like 30%. That's pretty close. But we got line of sight for... Oh, but he's bio, right? So he's gonna be immune to acid and stuff. I could rocket, maybe. I mean, 2-tile scatter is not great. Could mark him for next turn. Honestly, it's probably the best chance. It might... I don't know if it changes the AI, but it might put some pressure on him to get out of the line. I doubt it. Too many melee units. They just can't do much. And a shotgun. Yeah, that's it. Melee, melee, shotgun. And this guy's way too far back. So I can't really do anything.
Got it.
And a flamethrower, yeah. Melee, melee, shotgun, flamethrower. Yeah, no wonder I'm not super happy with this group. I was trying to... What group is this? Hold on. What is this group that has all this junk? I thought when I split my squads up, I avoided this. This must be the bottom one. So we're on the 8th squad. A Pyromaniac, an Assault... A Witch. Yeah, I think I thought the Witch is kind of like Psy. I probably should have lumped the Witch more with, like, melee. Because she doesn't really do psychic stuff. And that way it's like, kind of weak, kind of weak, kind of weak, kind of weak. That's too much in one squad. I should probably rebalance it. I think it's the Witch is the weakest link. Or that's what threw off the balancing. I should not have the Witch and the Pyromaniac in the same group, basically. Well, the main thing for this turn is just don't activate anything else, right? So,
No problem, boss.
don't do anything dumb.
Covering.
I could hollow target him with just a regular hollow.
Holding.
If you kill my Spark, I'm gonna be angry. There we go, 1 damage, that's better.
Hostiles making rounds.
Oh look! That was a Muton Elu. Somehow didn't activate again. Weird. Wow. Like, how is this 100% through full cover? Good aim, hollow, adds a lot. That's 105. 10 for mystery. 10 for laser cannon. Yeah. A little bit less damage, but I do like that. Maybe you should have repaired first, actually. Oh, traverse fire. I can just repair anyway. Nice. Sparks are pretty good. I mean, they're good. It's just they're a little bit hard to heal, you know. Well, let's see if I can get some vision on... Oh, we can't... Line of sight is so weird. We can see him with my one concealed unit. Even though I'm like further back. What a wild world we live in. That's how we saw it without activating it. Crazy. That's like the first time I've ever had that favor me. It almost always works the other way around, where they activate because they see someone who's not concealed. We'll try opening with a bio bomb through the smoke. If we're lucky, we'll hit his friend. But even if we only hit him, it's fine. Yeah, I missed that guy. Alright, and a berserker, sure. Bring them all out. I'll just shoot him with a snapshot. That's fine. Illyrium poisoning. That's... Doesn't matter because we're just going to kill him, but, you know, it's cool. Illus are not the ones that get the counterattack. So maybe the witch can hit something. But, like, look at this. Why is this damage so bad? Ugh. Useless. That's just trash. The mod, the merge mod, yeah. Honestly, whatever project I do next needs to be not a mega project. This long war has gone on way too long, and it's sapping the life out of me. I definitely need my next stream game or let's play to be something that is a bit more bite-sized. Not that I don't appreciate the suggestion. It's just that is a... Those are all fairly long games, and doing them all in a row is a huge project. And this is everything active. Yes, this is it. We've got Custodian, Berserker, Ilyu, and Beleaguer. Just gotta kill these guys and we're fine. As always, Flamethrower useless. Okay, I don't need singing though. We could try Ionic Stone. Which has been here for the whole map and done basically nothing. Okay, Sabin is strong though, right? I haven't really been getting much value out of him, but I know he's good. We just need to get some vision here.
Whatever you say.
Okay, Decimate. 100% through full cover, also destroys cover. There we go. That's what we wanted. Because... Oh, you can't spray and... I thought spray and pray was only one action. Oh, this is a really good spray and pray. I was trying to set that up. Let me... Do I have a command left? Yeah. Command ends your turn. Is there anything else you want to do first? You've already moved, because we hollow targeted, right? Yeah. So these guys should already be all hollowed. Okay, that's a pretty good turn for the captain. And now we've got the 2 AP for spray. And I'm pretty sure I can get all 3. Yeah, that feels good. Nice. I mean, it was basically useless against the custodian, whatever. But we completely destroyed 2, so that's I'll take it. All right, the Buccaneer can't do much. We're gonna have to run and gun here. Flamethrower can't do anything. All these units that are basically just dead weight. Ugh. Alright, we're gonna activate all of our abilities. We could go Titan Strike. It's not that good. We're gonna go move. We got fire armor, so we're gonna go fast. Like a snake. We're gonna go faster. Blaze 420. Then we're gonna activate. Oh, quick burn just makes the flame free. We don't have the extra movement AP. I got a couple different flamethrower guys. This one can shoot twice from a steady position. There's another one that gets an icon that looks identical, and it lets you, I believe, use your flamethrower non-turn ending, but it gives you a movement AP as well, which is really helpful. We don't get that. So I don't think we're going to be able to do anything. Unless this is close enough to just squeak a flame in. Ooh, it is. Okay. That means we can do it twice. That might work. That might work. Assuming we don't miss. 4 damage. 4 damage. Flamethrowers. Flamethrowers. Yes, we're flaming him 3 times in a row. It's still doing nothing. I mean, yes, he's on fire and stuff. Oh, we crit! Altogether, we did like 15 damage. It's like 1 shot from a good unit. Ugh. I don't know. I still don't see the point. I don't see where those guys really win anything. I'm not trying to like throw. They just, I don't think they're very good. We definitely need to kill this beleaguer. I had one weird interaction with Russian roulette. I just want to mention this once because it did happen. If you have lightning reflexes and someone is on Overwatch with Russian roulette, it proves that lightning reflexes is worse than Shadow Step. Because this will continue to shoot until they hit you. Like you'll run towards the guy. Well, it's specifically bad if you're doing melee. But if you're just on a normal shot, you might be able to just get dodged once. But he will trigger an Overwatch and miss with lightning reflexes. And then he'll trigger again and miss. But he'll keep missing until your lightning reflexes mean nothing. And then he'll finally hit you. So it's an interesting counter to lightning reflexes. I like the fact that there's some back and forth. Unfortunately, it just makes melee units worse. As seems to be tradition. Oh well, let's just do this. It's not much, but we'll do it. Ooh, we got a crit! I wasn't expecting a crit. Good job, Witch. The problem with her is she can't, like, move after she does that, which is real bad. I don't know why. I think I used to think Witches were really good, because early game, that AoE rend was so nice, when you don't have very many options. But the fact that she's so fragile, like, she had, like, 3 base HP, and her aim is terrible. 66 base aim. It's not unreasonable for her to just miss and die, so... Anyway, life lessons. Can we deal with this custodian? I mean, I can... No. No. Probably cannot. 41 damage is more than we're going to be able to do here. But I will try. You never know. This shotgun does a lot of damage. I do basically need to be point blank, though. Alright. Rapid fire. That's what we pay you for. Maybe you should go stun, assuming he's not immune to stun. He probably is. Stun would be, if you knew it works, this is when you use it, for sure. I don't trust it. I don't use the arc thrower basically ever. We could definitely kill him with double crit. What in the crap? 5 damage? Okay, that's better. How did the first one do 5 damage? Oh, jeez. The second one, 42, much better. But, like, that's like a new record for single damage. The first one was, like, the worst shotgun run and gun ever. And then the second one is the best shotgun run and gun ever. Well, it averages out. Okay. Thanks, game. Alright, that's it. We're just cleaning up now, picking up the loot and leaving. I'm actually pretty happy with how that all resolved. But it did require a 42 damage crit, so... the guy had like 41 health. It just deletes him. We didn't even destroy the loot box, that's crazy. Right, you can't get 2 loot. I always think, like... most of the time you're not limited to 1 item per soldier when you're grabbing stuff. So like the fast units are like, oh, let's just go grab all the loot. But on this specific mission, no. Everyone's got to get 1.
Headed out. In position.
Fire spreading!
Yeah, I'd say like one of the reasons I like going back to stuff like Final Fantasy randomizers for streams, it's because it's like a fairly short singular game that I can do and move on, or play it multiple times if I really want. And it's, especially with the randomizer, there's lots of new stuff to do. So it's not like I hate stuff like Might Magic 6. It's just when people suggest like, why don't you replay a game like that? It's like, that's a much larger investment of time than a randomizer or something.
Getting it done.
And this long investment of time for games, it's got some downsides. For my mental health, and probably not great channel health. I don't know. I feel like YouTube doesn't really like long, stretched out streams and content very much.
Whatever you say.
It definitely favors, like...
Understood. Moving out.
whatever you call those, clip... Not necessarily like full-on clip, reviews. I know they try to advertise that for a bit. It's like the rewinds and stuff on YouTube, right? But like, at the very least, editing down. Like, imagine this. Imagine how much work it would be. Holy smokes! So this campaign, right? Long War, XCom 2, Long War: The Chosen.
Will do.
I think I'm pushing 40 streams, and I've not streamed every single minute of gameplay. Each stream is like maybe 5 or 6 hours. I don't know. I haven't really timed them, but probably around that. There's some dead time in there you'd obviously just delete. Let's say 5 hours per stream of actual content. Maybe. 40 times 5 is still 200 friggin' hours. Now, it's one thing. I'm sure lots of you guys watching have played a game for 200 hours. That's not all that unusual. But how do you turn that down into something digestible for YouTube? Like, even turning that to 2 hours, which is a crazy long video, that's 1%? Like, you have to cut everything out. Like, I don't know how you could do it. Like, even just watching 200 hours and starting the editing process to delete stuff would take also dozens or hundreds of hours. Like, no, I know some people do stuff like that. Definitely not my style. I like the long form. I like when I'm watching to see... I don't like it when people cut stuff out, right? It kind of bothers me. Because, especially... Oh, man. Pet peeve. People who do, like, challenges. Like, impossible Ironman, legendary, blah, 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 with millions of mods.
Got it covered.
But then it's just like, hand wave, this is it. I beat this mission, then I beat this mission, then I beat this mission, and ooh, we almost died this time, but I won. How does that prove that they did it on the highest difficulty? It's real easy to open a notepad, change some settings for your game, and reload. I mean, even with Ironman rules, it's not all that hard to get around with backup saves and stuff. Let alone like cheat engine type stuff. If you're just cutting it down to nothing, I guess it's entertainment, but yeah, it kind of loses integrity for me, I guess. I feel like maybe I just don't trust content creators that much, because I feel like everyone's trying to one-up somebody else when they're doing that. You're like, oh, but I'm playing it even harder than the other guy that played it, and I will do it with my blindfold with one hand, and I will play it with these mods and only one class. And like, I mean, I'm someone who's also done some challenge runs. You know, don't get me wrong, but the difference would be editing it down so you barely see what happens, and just being like, trust me, I totally played it legit. And maybe most people are, I don't know, not everyone's a cheater, but just feels kind of off to me. And there are, like, I know, like, the speedrunning community and stuff, there are still mega cheaters out there that when you're doing speedruns, you have to record, like, it's like you're playing, like, since you're playing, like, Mario 1 speedruns, right? There's been so many cheats that they've made rules for the speedrunning community. When you're recording a record attempt, you have to stream it live, and you have to have a camera pointed at your hand that's pushing buttons on the controller. Otherwise, it's too easy to fake it and use a tool to cheat, basically. So, like, serious competition stuff, obviously, they're gonna enforce those kinds of rules. And, I mean, that's probably good for the sport, if you can call it a sport. But YouTube's a little different, you know, people just make clickbaity video titles and thumbnails, and they don't have to prove it. They don't have to show their work. You just trust me. And even if they do play legit, for me, it's harder to believe because, like, I can't verify, and I don't want to be that. I'm never going to be the one commenting or going to their stream and be like, prove it, bro. Like, that's also pretty jerk move, so that's not really my style either. But that's why I like watching longer form content, I guess. That's my argument. But how do you do that for like a 200-hour friggin' long war XCom game? I mean, you can do it. It's just YouTube hates it. The algorithm hates it. Well, the good news is there are 2 UFOs left, and then I'm going to stop doing random missions, and we're just going to focus on kind of the big finale.
Beyond all expectations. I'm continually impressed, Commander.
And honestly, this was a spark that nearly died. 7 days to repair. Not bad. But I mean, yeah. Honestly, if I was still collecting crystals, that's a really good reward on that mission. 50 crystals is a good deal. That's 5 warden armors. That's almost a whole squad's worth. Alright. Anyone waiting to get psychic? Nah. The thing I'm really trying to get more of are these projects. The missions are kind of just for fun. I should probably... Well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop doing missions in a second, just to get the last couple research projects out of the way. Well, I was hoping to get some Requiem essence, so I could get a couple more Requiem weapons to finish it off. What I should really try to do... I could probably look it up. I have to figure out... I don't know if it's an item or a resource. There's a couple ways to add... like, cheat stuff in, right? It's give resource or add item. So resource is probably typically going to be regular alloys, Illyrium cores, and crystals and supplies. That's sort of the style. Unless the modders flagged Requiem as a resource, it probably would be an item. But I don't know the name. And I have to find a way to look it up in the Requiem mod. There's probably not that hard. But it didn't seem to be like Requiem Core. I don't know what else they would call it. Because that's like an Illyrium Core is like that. But in theory, if I could do something like that and maybe figure out how to add the weird... Because there's a bunch of Requiem units we've never fought in the whole campaign. It would be nice to at least see their gear before I close up. Because, I mean, I don't think I'm going to be playing this again on stream. So if you want to show off these cool final upgrades, I need to find a way to get some. Still working on stuff there. Probably not going to do this. Yeah, I mean, reducing enemy strength is nice and all, but we don't need to do that. 20 days? That's crazy. Unless the dark event is like you lose. I don't think I care either, though. Oh no. We get less... Recruitment cost goes up. How will I ever recover? And I won't get as much supply income? Darn, it's almost like I make too much money already. It really... Supplies were never the issue. When you're cheating stuff in, it's only really been alloys, and really mostly just crystals and cores. Alloys we can get enough of from rendering bodies down, and supplies we get lots from the havens. But there's just not enough... There's not a way to get enough Illyrium for a huge roster like this. A fellow cheater. I saved myself basically until I got to the end game. I didn't even install the... I didn't enable the what's it called? Console by... There's like a command option when you're launching the game, whatever it's called. I didn't even know how to do that. I had to look it up. It was because there is a glitch. I had a soldier that was injured for 5 million years or something because they took an injury and somehow there was like a underflow error or something, and like chat convinced me to install that, and I forgot. But now that I know how it works, well, really, I mean, it's fairly obvious. I don't have to explain it too much. Because I'm trying to show off a ton of different classes, literally 100 classes, there's just not enough Illyrium in the game to gear everybody up. So unless you want to have like maybe 20 or 30 suits of gear that you move around everybody, you cannot afford enough from the whole squad, the whole army at this point. And I got really tired of re-equipping everybody every single mission. That is not a good play. I don't recommend having over 100 units. It's not a good idea. that was my mistake. But it was a fun idea to show stuff off. I got a lot of practice using varied, different squad compositions with unique units and stuff. That's all pretty cool. But yeah, Intel never had to cheat for. Supplies never had to cheat for. Alloys didn't really, but might have added a bit just once in a while. Illyrium, that's the one that needed the help. Anyway, we're going to get our UFOs here in a second. Maybe. Right, I'm going to stop doing covert ops too, because I just don't care. A little bit of aim doesn't matter anymore. That's the problem. Spread across 100 units, you know, unless you're focusing on one person. I think you could definitely make like one really good squad of gene-modded, trained up soldiers. That would be awesome, but that's not how I'm playing this campaign. Alright, UFO, second last UFO. We're going to have so much power in our Avenger, we're going to fly off into space ourselves. I was really hoping I'd find, like, Requiem, because there's a couple Requiem units I'm looking for, right? Like, if it says enemy unknown, it's a new Requiem unit. We still have a few left. Unfortunately, no luck. It is possible I'll hit them if I do manage to pull off the Liberate All Regions headquarter assaults. Those missions are very likely to have, you know, Requiem stuff as well. Okay. Well, once again, while this loads up, I'm going to go get a drink and stretch a little bit, because it's hot. Heat wave. Need more water. And I'm going to time it again to see, because this is a bigger mission. Slightly bigger, maybe. Maybe it actually has less assets, because it's maybe in the forest. Maybe all those buildings take up a lot of resource time. But I want to see how long it takes to load these missions, because it seems like it's getting slower and slower. So, it is 46:10 when I click this. Nope, wrong button. Okay, let's try again. Check the time. It is 46:20 when I click this. Alright, I'll be back in a minute, and we'll see how long it takes. Okay, blue is back. Now, I had a dumb joke in mind, and then it made me actually think. So I'll just... You follow my thought process here for a second while we're waiting, watching the timer here. It's been 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So, originally I was like, maybe my room wouldn't be so hot if I didn't have XCOM 2 burning a hole in my graphics card. Because, you know, it's hot, and computers put out a fair bit of heat. So in the middle of a heat wave in the summer, it's probably not super helpful for my comfort. But then I was like, wait a second. These mission times have been getting slower and slower. Now, the graphics card shouldn't affect load times, and it is usually the hottest part of your computer, mostly, depending on how, whatever, depending on your cooling setup, but like, usually graphic card these days get pretty hot. But like a CPU for sure, if it was overheating, but not like hot enough to set off an alarm or anything, it might slow it down? It could throttle it a bit, although I don't think it's that crazy. I don't know. I can probably check. I have some hardware monitoring. It took 3 minutes to get this far. 3 minutes 10 seconds to get this far.
Neutralize all hostile contacts and seize whatever cargo you can get your hands on.
And then another... So basically 3.5 minutes, and when we have to do these camera flyovers, add another 5-10 seconds. So yeah, about 3.5, 3:30 to 3:40, just to go from launch mission to actually having control of your units. That seems longer than it should. Let me pull up. Well, I can pull up Task Manager real quick. See what's looking like here. XCOM is using about 4 gigs of RAM. Just sucks it all up. Firefox is still stealing a couple gigs. That's dumb. All I have open is chat windows, but whatever. 2 chat windows, YouTube and Twitch, and it opens 2 gigabytes of RAM memory. XCOM 2 is currently using about 45% of my GPU, and then another 20% is for encoding to stream it. But that's not 100%, and that's... I mean, it depends what we're doing. We're not scrolling around or anything. But CPU usage is nothing. I guess I wasn't watching it when I was loading, but like we're at like 10%, 15% of CPU, so it's not a problem. At least it shouldn't be. Can I check temperatures anywhere? Just bear with me for a second here. What have I got for temperature sensors? I do have hardware info installed. Oh, I don't like that. I used to watch my computer temperatures a lot more closely than I do now. I used to have there's some software, I can't remember what it's called actually, but I used to have it on my keyboard. I used to have this Logitech G15 keyboard with a little LCD screen on the keyboard. And I had some hardware monitoring software hooked into that where it would show like, you know, CPU temperature, fan speed, whatever, stuff like that, CPU usage, which is really cool. I had that for like a decade. But now keyboards, they don't like those anymore. They don't put screens on them. They just want you to have a phone, basically. And I don't use my phone like that. So now I just have like a regular mechanical keyboard that doesn't have a screen. That's fine. And for a while, I had a second monitor with a little panel that basically just was the same thing, where it had all the same CPU monitoring information. But like, I can't remember if it was like an update of Windows or the software itself. It stopped being compatible, or they wanted like $100 for it or something. You know, whatever people can do. So I tried a couple different software sensor systems, and I've got like this hardware info installed right now, which works, but it doesn't have a nice graphic way of displaying it the way I used to, or at least it's a lot of work. So I can't just easily see it like I used to. And I used to have a pretty good idea of what my average temperatures were, and I'd see if they were going up or down. And I'm just looking at it right now while I'm not idling. You know, the game is running, we are streaming. And I expect it to be hot, plus the room is hotter than usual in the summer. But I am concerned. The current CPU temperature is actually apparently 83 Celsius. Now that's not in the danger zone, but it's way higher than I used to remember it being at. Apparently it only goes on alarms at like 95 to 100, which is crazy. You'd burn yourself. It's already hot enough to burn if you touched it. So I might have to do some computer maintenance. I wonder if... would that be enough to slow the game down? 84 degrees Celsius. It sounds really hot. For you Freedom Unit people out there, you have to calculate that into Fahrenheit, but it's a lot. GPU is only around 65, and usually the GPU is hotter than the CPU in my experience. Huh. I have, like, fanned it. Like, I've got the... it's a Ryzen... what does it say here? 2700? It's not like a new CPU, but it's one of the lower power, lower heat in general CPUs. It's not even like a Intel that runs super hot. Well, I'll have to keep an eye on it, I guess. It's possible that's where some of my concern, or some of my problems with loading... I don't know. Would it be CPU throttled for loading a mission? Usually it's hard drive, right? You're loading like files and stuff. I don't know. It's not like I'm running an AI. Well, maybe I've got a virus, you know? Maybe we've got someone Bitcoin mining. Although that usually goes graphics more than CPU. I think. Anyway, let's get on with the mission. Who knows? We're concealed, we're right in the corner. We're gonna go kill some aliens and steal their ride. In general layout, it'd be nice to be on the high ground if we can. Although these high ground, these suck because they're all disconnected and bumpy. But we'll see. What have I got for this squad? We've got Shinobi, Marksman, Juggernaut, Sniper, Mech, Gunner, Knight, Miner. I got Santa Claus again. Bringing out all the weak sauce units. Is there another ledge there, maybe? Sweet. We've got Mr. T. This is my... so he's a class that usually doesn't get long-range sniping, but at Master Sergeant he does. So he didn't have squad sight till very recently. And I gave him the cool new armor. This is Requiem armor with the Dawnbreaker thing. Interesting. Self-destruct.
Good to go.
Okay, but everyone's concealed, so we're good to go here. Armed tactical nuke. Oh, I brought that, hey? Great. Right, I haven't brought the mech sniper since the last time we used the nuke. It was like maybe even the last stream, but I literally haven't used her since then. Yeah, I think we can fire the nuke twice on this mission if we want. That'll be fun. Definitely no way that can go wrong. We have a pretty heavy equipped group here, at least. Lots of cannons and snipers and stuff. So there's some pretty huge damage potential. Of course I have someone that's melee. And someone with mines that... I just gotta say, I'm sure I've showed this off before, but the miners really need an upgrade to their throw distance. Some ability that can let them throw it at least 2 or 3 more tiles. Because you could just barely throw it out of your own range. Stun mine is... like, look at this. This is just a regular stun mine. This isn't even special for him. It's way better than his stupid mines. Stupid acid blast mines. Anyway, we'll see. I'll try to get some value out of him if I can. Fear of Archons. Well, you never know. And then I've got a gunslinger with a kind of bad gun, but we'll see. On the plus side, there are usually a lot of mechs on these UFO missions, so blue screens work, you know, very, very efficiently if you can hit. And mechs are usually pretty easy to hit too, so I guess it works. It probably works. Well, looks like we're getting flanked.
Feindliche Einheiten entdeckt.
Super heavy mechs. Alright, do I have enough time to do anything here that's cool? Could I maybe get a mine off? I mean, we can try.
Bewege mich zum Ziel.
I'm sure we could get a proximity stun mine, but that's not a fancy miner mine. Pfft. Okay, this is about as good as I've ever managed to get it. We still can't hit the whole group even. But that, I mean, I'm 1 tile away from their vision radius, and I can just barely hit them with a mine and not kill myself. So, is it good? I think this might be one of my worst classes in the pack. All right. Well, we've got the mine set up. Let's. Oh, we can do a fend off here. Yeah, that'll be good. They'll activate, and we'll get 3 Overwatches. And I can make them a little bit better with Thrill of the Hunt. Until the start of your next turn, yeah. So fend off, triple reaction. Pretty good. We've got... Yeah, these guys are going to get... I mean, honestly, it would probably be better if I just threw a bomb at them rather than waiting for the mine. I'm thinking about it. I'm going to let them walk into the mine just because I never get to do it. I am just telling you guys that it's almost certainly a better play to just blow them up with the blaster bomb. I've got 4 of them. It would be better, I think. But I'll do the Overwatch build. I will lead the target. And we will try to get this Custodian killed because he needs them. Well, that's a bit of a mistake because the sniper gets a free reload if they kill something, and they're definitely not killing the Custodian. But it's fine. I've got Zap. What can he do on Overwatch? Nothing. Well, he can intercept, I guess. What else am I going to do? If you don't sword them, you're not going to do anything.
I'm on the move.
Not sure I'll be close enough for my gunslinger, but try.
On Overwatch.
And then this is my stealth unit that needs to stay stealth. So you stay away. Maybe look for the next pod.
Got it covered.
Another cannon dude with shred and stuff. It would have been nice to have all these guys on the high ground, but I didn't expect them to be right there, you know? So let's go... Just Overwatches, yeah. Alright, I'm expecting great things, Santa. This proximity mine better kill everything.
We're in their sight.
I mean, it did something.
We just picked up an outbound signal coming from the UFO. It's some kind of distress
I don't know how good it was, but it did explode a big area.
ship and shut down the signal before they send their whole fleet after us.
Getting all these extra shots off. Getting 1 shot of our 3. So nobody moved, really, which means the fend off was kind of a bust. I mean, we killed the 1, but I think the mine got 1, and then the reaction got 1, and then these 2 didn't do anything. That is kind of the trouble with Overwatches. The enemy, there's a bunch of them that just don't move when they don't scamper at all. The fire... It's not that good. It exploded in a nice area. Like, the size of the explosion was big. The damage was mid to low. And the sustaining fire that you could get lit on fire on is, like, I don't know, a few pieces, but... I wouldn't be too impressed with any of that, I don't think. So do I just Deadeye... I don't have any hollow targeting or anything. I'm gonna save that EMP rocket. It could mark. Yeah, the sniper mech unfortunately can't reload and shoot or anything. So unless I'm using a rocket, it can't help much. I think killing the custodian's gonna be the hardest, so marking him will help a bit more. But yeah, it's a pretty weak turn for a mech. %, pretty big hit. And Plasma Blaster would have been cool too. I would like to shred some armor here, and I've definitely got someone who can do that, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Honestly, Saturation Fire would have been the best play. Rather than the Mine, Saturation Fire would have hit all of them and probably done way more damage. Saturation Fire is very strong. Haven't really had a good chance to use it, but I think this is a Cyclic Fire turn, though. And I'm gonna let some with blue screens deal with the mech, but I'm gonna use Cyclic Fire on the Custodian. We should hit it 3 times and shred most of its armor. We might not do full damage every shot, but we should take out the majority of its armor. I mean, 1 shot dealt with 5 armor, so yeah, we're good. This is working pretty well. Sure, we get a graze at 100% accuracy. I love it! It is just the way the game is designed, but it feels so bad. 100% half damage. I'm not sure I don't know. I like the graze mechanic, but I don't like the mental effect of like, here you go, 100%, no problem, don't worry about it. Oh wait, never mind, you did half. Like, I know enemies can dodge too in vanilla. It's not even specific to Long War. It's just like, ugh. Well, now that you're out of armor and ruptured and hollow targeted and burning, you're pretty dead. $30 damage, I'll take that. And that's a Custodian, one of the stronger units in the game. And then we've got the blue screen shredding. This is what I was thinking for this one. And then we should easily be able to finish it with some gunslinger. Well, I say that. We'll see. What's the damage look like? Actually, pretty darn good. Now, Lightning Hands recharges fairly quick. I don't even need to use it. I should save my cooldowns. This is overkill. We got this.
Missed.
Yeah, 89. I saw that. 89, huh? Good news, though, in the new miner that got upgraded a little bit, when the mine went off, we remained concealed, which is something that I couldn't do before with Santa Claus. So, you know, that's an upgrade. Are we not able to kill this stupid mech because I missed my... I'm like, I don't need to use Lightning Hands. So dumb. No, we're good. We can use Bureau Blade in case we activate and I need to run away. It's another cooldown ability, but it gave me a way out if I was in extra trouble there. Okay, pod dealt with. Let's go find the next one. We got 11 turns to get to the UFO. Gotta get some vision. Having 2 units with Phantom Stealth is very nice. Makes it, I'd say, quite a bit easier to, you know, move up bravely and find the next group without bumping into them. You got a lot of extra movement. Not sure how you had 1 kill into 3 extra movement points, but hey,
Moving to Overwatch.
good enough. So there should be like a mega mech group around here. I would assume. Sometimes they're on top of the UFO, just to be really exciting.
Moving the designated coordinates.
Suspiciously quiet here. Nice thunderstorm. I wish we had a thunderstorm like this where I live. Oh, I love it right now. Some nice cold rain and the lightning storm. Alright, there's everything. Giant mech group and a bunch of other stuff. That's going to be the majority of the map. Do I want to... No, we don't want to. We don't want to start mining this turn. Next turn. And these guys are far enough away that they're probably not on yellow alerts. Try to position a little careful. Alright, so we want... Yeah, we want to get up there. Spicy. Now the mech does not... This is a basically infinite range sniper. Does not need to move up if I don't want to. But the line of sight with trees can still be a problem. So maybe we still move up here? Yeah. My God, the rest of my team's kind of slow though. Yeah, I don't want to activate them next turn if I can avoid it. It really depends if they're like yellow alert dashing or just patrolling. Okay, they're just quietly pathing directly towards us. Might be really good for a mine. Oh, can we do it? All right, boys and gals. We actually can hit them. We can hit a whole pod with an acid mine. It's a Christmas miracle. First time. I could also try to... I could proximity stun the whole group as well. Wow. What a way to wreck them. On the other hand, I could destroy my own cover. I feel like that would be a bad idea. If I destroy my tree, I'm going to get revealed. Okay, if we can take this group out really smoothly next turn, that is probably the best case. Now, okay, hold on. The problem is with the stun mine, they're going to activate, explode in acid, and then get immediately stunned. They're not going to activate overwatches. Maybe that's okay. It just gives me a chance to like reload and reposition. And I can get some vision in here just in case too for science. Yeah, I didn't think there'd be anyone in there, but it's good to know. I don't know if this is a great sniper spot. I can't actually see anyone from there. Okay, this is bad because if I stand on this square, it will actually activate them. It's a squad site for one, but not the other, I think. I think you can probably see that guy from here. Yeah, you can see right in that square there where the icon gets a little squad site upgrade. I think we're still in a situation where it's actually better to activate right now. I know I've been talking about that, like, we should really let the mines go, but, like, shouldn't we just explode things right now? Stupid tree. There's always a tree in the way. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. I decided to change my plan. Sorry, Santa. I mean, your mines still get to go off. How did he get revealed that time? Oh, did the proximity stun mine not work the way the other mines work? Are you... I couldn't even see these guys. How did they all activate? I didn't destroy any of his cover? Miners. And yeah, we can't see anyone from here, so I have to move anyway. The mech. That mech is not stunned. Anybody who's stunned, we can basically ignore. Okay. Freak. So the proximity mine, I think, was a huge mistake. I think if I'd only done the acid mine, we wouldn't have been revealed, which wouldn't have activated the other group. So, great. Incompatible or something. Maybe we roll up, get the kill on the mech. I don't know. Not good. Not good at all. Quite bad, in fact. Yeah, I didn't think I was going to activate anything else. I thought what would happen was I would stun this group, get them acid, get some damage, and then next turn they'd be stunned and another group might walk in, but then they'd be ready for a big grenade. That did not happen. I don't want to group up because they're just going to start... There's so... Oh man, there are so many mechs right now. They're all going to start micro-missiling us. Yeah, I might as well send out the big grenade, but... Killing these guys isn't... Well, I guess a lot of them are not actually stunned after all, because the stun didn't work. Yeah, that tree sucks too. Oh, now there's a scatter on my blaster bomb. I don't like that. One bit. That's also trouble. I do have the frost bomb. I almost never use it, but I'm way too far away. Well,
What's over there?
should we rapid fire here? Or we're not. It's a. This is a Grandmaster, even stronger than the other one we were fighting. I could suppress him. I don't think that's going to do much, but hey, why not? I don't use suppression very often. What's he going to do about suppression? Some mech's going to come and blow up my house so I lose it? 100% micro missile. %50 graze. Dash. I mean, he didn't die yet. It's really just the proximity mine that didn't work with his other mine concealment trick. I thought they would be compatible given that they both said mine. Oh, another group too. Oh boy, this is the worst ambush we've ever done. Like, legitimately, this might be the worst ambush we've ever had. Absolute trash tier. The stun didn't really work, or at least it didn't work very well. Santa's dead. Christmas is cancelled. I mean, they are clustered up. You know, it's not over yet, but... That's 65 health Custodian, 23 health Andromedon, 21 health Andromedon, 26 health, 14 left, 63 left, 25 left, 14, 14, 14. That's a lot of health on the field. That's the entire map activated. How long does it take to activate that nuke? Does anyone remember? I don't think we can do it in one turn. I don't remember how it works. Do I have like a command or anything just in case? Oh, way too far away. Because if I had an ability to give an extra action point, I might be able to use it. It's probably better to just rain some rockets, but oh, that nuke would be so good. Should we try? Let's reload if you can't use the nuke. Just this turn. I'm not going to go back, but this is... I legitimately don't know how it works. So if you spend one action... It costs... Okay, so it's one action to arm, 2 actions to fire. Which is useless. Unless you've got some support somehow. I mean, it's good to know. Maybe I did see that at some point in the past, but... It would have been an amazing nuke, but... I'm just not going to be able to pull that off. Well, hopefully an EMP rocket and a Hellfire rocket will make up for it. I'm sure that's what Santa would want. It's definitely not a great spot. Alright. Avenge the Santa Claus. So I think... I'm trying to decide if I want to go EMP first. Would you stop it, camera? Jesus. The mechs are spread out a lot. My first rocket will be accurate, and then the rest will suck. Or the second one will suck. And I've got... Would you just stop? Stop stealing my camera. I have an EMP rocket. I don't know why it kept... Like, it's hard for you guys to see, but it was literally trying to pull the camera away from the enemies, so I couldn't see what I was doing. Bunker Buster is a 2-action shot, so we can't use it. We really just have Hellfire and EMP to play with. The EMP... Would you stop it? Could probably stun those 2 robots. I also could do 2 Hellfires. But I think the back burner will be immune to fire. There's also the Vanguard down here. He's probably pretty easy to kill, though, just standing there like an idiot. And there's probably even more behind them that we can't see, because, you know, it's 13 enemies. I'm just going to rain fire. I don't know if this is the right play, but... If the mechs are somehow immune to fire... Quit. But no, that did good. That's a pretty big explosion. It lit the back burner that's immune to fire on fire. So interestingly, it did make them scamper. That's pretty good. Could I get another one? Or should I just try EMP for the 2 on the... Oh man, the scatter is bad. I wouldn't be betting on this. These 2 are, or one's on fire at least. No, both on fire. Whatever that means. I could also, like, ready the nuke for next turn, but if we could disable these guys, I think that would be pretty bad scatter, but at least we got one. Okay. Oh, there's so many baddies here. I mean, being on burning is good. Okay, I'm gonna have to move up, which loses an action, but I can hollow target something. Are you kidding me? I can't see the Grandmaster. Oh, the line of sight in this game, it cheats so much. He's literally on fire right in front of you. But, you know, whatever. The super heavy mech is probably the most dangerous and hardest to kill. I can use ammo conservation this turn. Not like I probably need it, but I will. I'm going to fan the hammer on the super heavy. I'm going to lightning hands one of the ones that's not on fire or stunned, which is this one up here. If we crit, we could kill it, but at least we're going to nearly kill it. Yeah, someone should be able to finish that. And then, hopefully, this gets the super heavy. No problem. Okay, that's good. That's a pretty good turn. Right! And when you kill, you get to shoot again! Yeah, I forgot about that. This is a gunslinger. It's a very strong build, because we have infinite ammo this turn. If I was able to set up a little better, we could get a ton of kills and just keep on killing. So maybe I hold off her last shot, because I might be able to finish something for free. So many powerful units in there. It's brutal. Well, I think if I can take 100% and kill one mech, I'll still take that. It's not much for one turn, but... You know, he was on fire and stuff, but... I don't trust that fire. We've got... big booms. Maybe I should have done the big booms earlier. This is fine. Oh, Santa's in there. Don't scatter and kill Santa, come on. Perfectly okay grenade. I'm gonna send one into the UFO because there's a bunch of them in there. I don't know exactly where this is gonna go. I don't know exactly what we're gonna hit, but there's like 10 of them over there, so the more the merrier. Okay, that was wrong direction, I guess. Maybe. You know what I should have done? I should have looked inside and then tried to pick the optimal mega grenade. That would have been way better. Half cover, pretty weak, but we don't have a lot of choices. Oh man, we're not killing that custodian. There's just no way. If we could hit the 74, we could get a kill here for free, but, you know. I was trying to destroy the tree with a grenade. It definitely did not work. Well, let's take the double shot at least on the Grandmaster. First shot, good hit, no armor. Second shot, complete whiff. Oof. Oof.
Target's still up.
Sure is. I mean, I've got a pretty good tanky unit here. I don't know what I want to do with him. Whatever, let's just get rid of this Vanguard. They're too close.
Impressed yet?
Not really. That's shut down. You're a problem. Let's just throw an axe at our problems. I think I'm gonna kind of bait them with the knight over here because he's closer to them. I didn't get a chance to do any of his shielding stuff, but let's open this door, see what's behind door number 3. Alright, nothing. Well, there are 9 enemies remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's still 3 we can't see. That's just a incredibly bad scenario for us. I don't have any actions left, really. No, I'm happy with your spot. So, all I have left is my scout, and I could command someone. I know Santa's dying. We definitely cannot deal with that right now. This is a group, I don't have any psionics in it right now. Someone with, like, the ability to, containment field or whatever would be so good. I mean, I could theoretically throw one more grenade, but just, yeah, this fight has gone real poorly. That's let's just leave it at that. You're still concealed, so if I move you back, it doesn't really matter as long as you're in cover. Oh, I could have. I didn't realize I had disabling shot. Too far away. I'm not going to try a 69. But that would be a way that we could have disabled him. I missed it. I mean, I got a lot of things going on. We put a guard up. They'll probably just ignore him. The guard... Oh, that's right. He gets a free guard and a free shield wall. So I should always have those up. I just didn't get around to it. And then, like, more levels of guards. That was a pretty good deal. I mean, assuming anyone attacks him, we spent 1 action to give him a shield wall and 2 guards. But they might just ignore him. Let's hope that burning does a lot. Like, in terms of disabling. Andromedon! Okay, shoots. Deflected 1. That's 1. At least they wasted that shot. Mech immune to... Not immune to acid, thankfully. Just a flat miss. Alright. At least the knight with the shield is doing his job. It very rarely works. 3, that's a really good hit that just missed. The fact that he's got double deflect. What are you doing? Just running around? I guess he's on fire, so he couldn't attack, maybe? Okay, another shot at my knight. That's his second guard out of the way. But that has... Hey, you shouldn't even be able to see that sniper mech. What is that? Like halfway across the map. And then spitting acid poison on my gunslinger. Okay, finally got hit through full cover, of course. But only once. Alright. That's the custodian. I guess he can shoot twice and then move. Okay. Santa's definitely in trouble, but... Wait, what's going on? We got through that turn without any real damage. This one-shot sniper thing is so stupid right now. Boy, does it suck. Unfortunately, yeah, everything left is basically immune to fire. So my mech sniper has definitely been underperforming this map. I mean, I could do a big bunker buster that'll do a lot of damage. Well, it'll do a large area of damage. It's not going to do much actual damage. And we do it. The goal is more just to open things up. And it does do decent explosive damage. Not as much as I was hoping, but, you know. Okay, you have to stay here, but that's fine. That's interesting. I don't like this. Man, we are not in a great position. I don't know if we're going to be able to save Santa. We got 2 turns. We don't have to do it this turn, but like next turn we have to be ready. Okay, we can Burial Blade. That's nice. Yeah, this is going to be a hard Viper to kill. I will take that. Free kill. Technically gives me a movement on top of it. What's left? 8 enemies? Can we see everything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we can see everything. That is good. I think all we can do is fan the hammer this turn. And the custodian is not actually the one I care about. Like, it's not weak to this electricity. So I think we use it on the super heavy mech again. Now, if we miss a bunch of 89% here, I'm going to cry, but... There's also the Andromedon. It'd be nice to kill that jerk as well. But the mech has 23 HP and is weak to that's really unfortunate. We didn't even get a graze. The good news was that it said it would cost 2 actions, but it instead cost 1 action, which, yeah. Okay, let's start getting some kills. Because if I'd killed him, I would have refunded the action, right? I think if I'd killed him, it would have not cost me anything, but... The fact that it somehow cost me 1... Man, this gunslinger is, yeah. Getting some value? Getting some value. Now, We're not a knife-throwing kinda... Ooh. We do have Dawnbreaker Strike. Do I do that? This is part of the special armor. 92% chance it disorients or stuns. There's a very big difference there. We probably need to kill something, though. Oh, how are we going to deal with this guy? More grenades, go! Leave this UFO a smoldering ruin. We did kill a snake, and now this guy's dead, but we can kill him for free with our burial free shot because he's gonna respawn. But we can take him out again, so that's a good deal. Sort of like 3 kills for 1 unit, pretty solid. Freaking exhaust. Yeah, that grenade was good. We're gonna be out of ammo after all this. Working real hard, but unless I had a free reload. Oh, that's too bad. Can't keep the chain going. Unless I get a command off, which... she could kill this as well. Well, 14's a lot. The thing is, we have to deal with this stupid punk. Point blank rapid fire? Oof. That's dangerous. If I could lock everything down, we could do that, but I don't know about that. Disorients. Doesn't really work. We can back off from the back burner. It's just the mech over here. Oh, these 71% with their just flat defense. And the fact that we kind of suck at melee. Alright, we're getting that repeat. I'm sure I have skipped this song already once this stream. 500 hours of music, replays every hour. Ah, we could go for the big flesh. Still 71%. Man, yeah, it's not... The, Brannigan's, aim against these custodians is not reliable. So I think I night charged the super heavy mech. Oh, I don't know about that. I'll be able to Crusader Heart strike him, but... 24 HP is just too much to leave here. I mean, I could do a big explosion, but it's going to hit my friends. Right, let's just try punching him. If you stun him, we're good. I hate this game. So, we attacked him, but he's got another secret ability where he gets to punch back first, which sucks, but it mostly was hit ablative. And then we punched him, which was great, and we even stunned him. Except, of course, we destroyed the entire roof and fell down and took more damage. The good news is he's stunned. I don't know how many stun, though. Mechanics and interactions are rough. I don't think we get cover anymore.
What's over there?
Cover is overrated. I know it's not going to kill him, but I want to get all that armor done right now. And that was good hits. I know, that's ridiculous. We're standing there out in the open, like, no cover. What are you doing, Blue? Cooking is what we're doing. Could have used get some, but it's just crit chance. 66, why? Oh. It's not even a range thing. We're already close enough. It's just garbage. Yeah, I don't know what else to do here.
I've got it. In position.
And we kill one, and we're, as always, flanked and exposed, but, you know, with armor and stuff at least, and a guard. And then, sure. Shoot him some more. Wait. It is the frost bomb. Okay. That's really good. That's one of the most dangerous units that's right in the middle of my group, frozen. Of course you light yourself on fire. Why not? The only enemy we didn't deal with was the mech, and they're gonna shoot someone who's guarding or whatever. Of course, you can't guard a micro missile, but one damage is one damage. Okay, I think we're okay. No, you're stunned. Remember how he was stunned and on fire and disoriented? This is some bullshit. How did he even do... This is Breaker Gauntlet. So you got to do a melee attack? Even though he was stunned. And I mean, I couldn't see how many layers of stun, but let's say he was one stunned instead of two, I guess. Wow. All of this is because Santa Claus couldn't stay concealed when he dropped a mine. That's really the whole problem. This whole disaster of a fight. Mr. T's blood is on your hands, Santa, even if we save you. Also, the fact that these enemies are absolutely suicidal. They will do anything to get a kill. With literally 0%, like, no way of themselves surviving. But they don't care. We have to save Santa this turn if anyone has a med kit. I don't even know.
Hit the armor. My weapon's
Yeah, you got a med kit. I think if I do this, I'll be close enough to heal him.
hard target. Minimal damage.
Yeah.
Digging in. Medkits fix everything. Calm down.
Yeah, they fix everything. Totally. I mean, the fight went pretty good, except for the fact that the stunned guy that got a reaction attack and broke the roof and got to punch for 23 damage and instantly one-shot me. Other than that, totally fine. %70 crits, no crits allowed. I am definitely much less impressed with the mech sniper after this fight. The inability to shoot and reload, just, it really stifles their action economy way more than it should. I guess you can just go hack this. I don't care about the reward, I just want to get out of here. He should be frozen for one more turn. Never mind.
Heavy damage.
Of course. Alright guys. That's it for the stream. I'm done. I'm done. Custodians are very powerful units. I can handle them in certain situations when there's like 20 enemies all activated because basically I'm trying to use a stealth, a unit with Phantom whose entire shtick is laying mines to ambush enemy groups. If them doing that activates everything on the map, then they are like, how dare Santa live and 2 people die? That's what I'm gonna say. How dare the person who literally caused all the problems? We could just stay back. We could have stayed on that house. Could have armed some nukes and just started bombing them from far away like I always do. But I'm like, nope. The miner got an upgrade. They're better now. I'm gonna sneak them forward with their super stealth. I'm gonna drop some mines. We're gonna make it work. And like the proximity stun mine, that sounded pretty cool, right? Like get a free turn. Now, instantly activate everything. I don't think there was really a way to get out of there without someone dying. Maybe you could avoid 2 deaths, but there was too much health. I did not have anywhere near enough crowd control. And I think I did a pretty good job. I played it pretty well. I did not think the Frost Bomb would wear off that fast. I also didn't think the Custodians would just one-shot after being stunned. I didn't have a way of disabling them, right? Like, if I had something that I could do that would stun them for a turn, I could have lived. Instead, I couldn't just kill them. Well, I don't know if I had any other plays. Like, there's so many different abilities in there. Maybe there was something I could have tried. Maybe someone had a Skulljack that you could have rolled the dice for 70% and just one-shot them. That has worked sometimes. Then again, they seem to have like counterattacks in melee anyway, so it depends on who you use, might not work. Anyway, I am very nearly done XCOM Long War modded right now. So I'm going to end my stream, I'm going to think about it. And I may or may not play more, we'll see. Because I'm trying to just do some chill, easy missions, getting ready for the end game, and that, man, that took forever, and it sucked. And it was mostly just due to game mechanics not really working. Like, you can always be like, Blue made a mistake, but it's more like I didn't understand how the trip mines would work. Because we use saboteurs all the time, and they are able to do exactly what I wanted Santa to do from further away, and they would not have been revealed and activate an entire group. That's how we use them. They're great. And I'm like trying to get a new class to do something similar at least, even though they've got kind of worse minds. Not good. Not good. I'm probably gonna. I've got a. I still didn't close this. My whole plan here is I want to do a cool tier list thing at some point for all these classes. I'm trying to gather my last round of data on like what classes are good. I can tell you after today, I was already gonna put the minor class pretty low. I don't know exactly where, but pretty low. -1 from there for sure. Like it's gonna be the cause of deaths, and I have had 3 deaths now total. 2 of them were because the minor mechanics didn't work. Or at least they weren't compatible, or they're not reliable, or something. I don't know. I don't understand it. Man, what a letdown. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it at that, I think. It's a bit of a bummer. Maybe I'll just play a different game next time. I don't need to finish this game. I could just be like, I'm done. It's over. It's fine. I'm not seeing a lot of people asking for more XCOM on the channel, honestly. I feel like maybe this is enough. I've got enough streams now. People can watch as much as they want. You don't need any more. I don't like the lack of conclusion. That's the thing. Conclusion. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll come back with a conclusion. Maybe I'll just record it on my own time. I don't have to stream it. I could just record it. We'll see. Anyway, that's all for now. That's my rant for today. I need to eat some dinner. Maybe some food will help. That'll help. Thanks for watching, folks. Hope you've enjoyed. I'll see you next time.